Okay, everyone, please give a moment to make sure if the stream is starting on up. YouTube thumbnail is going. Twitter is going. Kick is going. Twitch is going. Rumble is going. Everything seems to be going good. Let me just check my other computer, make sure that's going good. Looks like that's going good. Let me just turn on lights there. Yep, I think everything is good to go. So let's go to get started. I found a 25-minute replay to start off the day. Well, hopefully it's going to be good. Maybe, maybe not. All depends on what happens in the game itself. Greetings everyone, and Great here from another Age of Empires 4 replay. Spawn top left side is the yellow Ottomans with Beastie. Spawn bottom right side is the blue Delhi Sultanate, Gastar Flark. Let's see now, economic benefits. Delhi Sultanate of course have access to free research, as well as some capability of catching up these sacred sites relatively early to get some good gold passive generation. Additionally, you have some other small benefits, like they can pull out walls with the infantry units to help complement out, capture those early sacred sites. The Ottomans, on the other hand, they don't get any real economic benefits. They just able to get free units. Why take time to refine the resources into units when you can just get those units straight out? Plus, he does pull out one military school here. It's going a bit defensive here, so maybe I'm for a bit of a defense force. When it comes to unique units in feudal age, for the Ottomans, there is of course the Sipahi, a heavier horseman, as well as the Meter, a very powerful buffing unit that provides a constant static buff of either increased attack speed, hack armor, or pierce armor. While the Delhi Sultan does have access in the feudal age, the Ghazi Raider, a horseman that hits harder but slower. Spearmen now being employed on the field. Got the villagers collect up a little bit of gold there, enough for the age up. Yes, it is. And now do have the Tower of Victory going on. First spearman is with the forest puppers. Using it out to herd the deer into maybe he's able to get a good bunch there to quickly kill them all to collect up the resources. We got Twin Minaretes being pulled on now. Tower Victory over here. Tower Victory provides a 20% attack speed to infantry produce with its influence. And the Twin Minaretes does provide 4 regrowable berry bushes that collect 50% faster. Which in other words, it is a solid food basis for your economy for your villagers. It's good. Nothing too flashy, but does provide a good solid base of food income so you don't have to explore out the map all too much. Do not have the feudal age now research. We've got quite a bit of stuff being clicked by the Autumn player. Not sure it's going to be fun. Whoa, look at that. He herded these steers all the way over here. I was not paying attention to that. The deer are now being pushed all the way over here thanks to those 2 initial spearmen. Very good usage of them. Didn't think this was a possibility, but we do have the deer being herded all the way to the town center with his 3 free spearmen. Having quite a bit of stone there. It's probably going to go for additional town center. Does go and kill off on the deer now. A little bit mismanaged with the deer right there. But the deer have been mostly been killed in front of the town center. Very, very good. We got an archery range and as well as a blacksmith to pull on the field. I'm for the bit of free research. Gotta get that going as soon as possible. Got some sheeple following this scout around. And we see a bit of fire there as well. Let's make sure we have the Ottoman player selected, because I was going to say he's probably pretty close to Vizier, and now Vizier is available. He does go ahead and select in the Anatolian Hills, so does get 8 free sheeple. It's quite a bit of free sheep there, as well as does give him mining benefit as well. Useful for collecting up stone for keeps and for military schools and for town centers. Which now makes me wonder, maybe he could have collected up the wood first, then the stone when he gets the vizier for Anatolian Hills as a possibility. Both sides have now gone for additional town center now. Scout moving around, ready to drop off some sheeple. And we do have these 2 military schools, one deploying on Metter, one deploying out a Sipahi. We got an outpost playing plot of field. He's collecting up gold. He may be eyeing for a fast castle, I think. Blacksmith now being pulled out on the front line, which will not front line in the front, which will of course allow him access to additional research queue. And now we do actually have a first engagement here. The 3 spearmen being picked off by these archers. He is trying to heal up the archers there with the scholar. And the scholar does have a decent amount of health to sacrifice to win this fight. And doesn't lose any of these archers as well. So there goes those 3 spearmen. He's eyeing to capture these sacred sites. So I'm put some walls around it. And we do got another town center around this forest puck as well. So the Ottoman player is collecting up most of the forest puckers. In fact, this one's not being touched, nor are the sheeple. And now we've got walls going on up, which will give the Deadly Sultan a little bit extra gold. We do also have this town over here, which also provide good protection for all those forest puppers. We do of course have an outpost here, upgrade of arrow slits. Sipahi and Metter now advancing onto the field. Maybe they'll be used for his archers. His opponent only has 2 spearmen at the moment. And I want to say he's got them from the Tower House of Wisdom, but that's the wrong faction. Or wrong civilization. Walls going on up, sacred site being captured on up. And Yellow does have a spearman down south. That's his last remaining spearman. Sipahi will be very useful for these archers and for these scholars to move around. So Sipahi, let's see, Sipahi, Scout, and Metter there. Not really a powerful composition. It's a very diverse composition. Ahead, Imperial Army going on up, as well as a good number of stables. He might be on for mass Lancer transition. We've got more spearmen being pulled up by the Deadly Sultan. Very good. And he's getting pretty close to his own castle age as well. I do got a line of research coming out for the Ottoman player as well. It's a little bit passive. Let's just go ahead and slow down for the moment. Or not slow down. Speed forward, the exact opposite. Walls going on up, so that one spearman has gone down. It does have a small little defense force here, ready engaging a scholar or any unit trying to build. And now got compound defender. This scholar is not eyeing for the 6 type, he's eyeing for these relics. This relic is going to be potentially claimed as well. We got more Sipahi on the build queue. So maybe I'm for veteran Sipahi rather than Lancers, but we do have 2 Lancers in the build queue as well, so it's eyeing for at least a large mounted force. And the exotic doggo will go down to this villager. In fact, he's laying down walls there. Leaves me believe he's going to try for early... no, the trade force is right there. I was going to say some early trade, but probably not either. Little outposts being pulled out over here, trying to make sure this gold deposit doesn't get harassed. Compound defender has not been pulled on the field. Compound defender, infantry units build stone walls, gates, towers, and reduce the stone cost of buildings and their replacement by 20%. Contains defensive technologies that ignore age requirements. Not unique, just earlier technology. And for no discount. But of course, having Village Fortress is a handy thing to have early on because of the cheaper keeps. And with this research there, he will be able to get some good villager queues. After all, right now, technically, town centers are cheaper than these keeps are cheaper than town centers, but they cost only purely stone. These archers will go down very shortly. They won't be able to do much for these lancers. We got +1 pierce armor for the Ottoman player, eyeing for additional hack damage now. More relics being obtained. Now we've got all these berry bushes being claimed up as well. Of course, the Ottomans don't get the improved capacity, but I think they don't get the improved drop-off, do they, as well? Yeah. Good damage there. Does pick off like some of these individual villagers. So far, yellow has killed off 3 villagers. And this wall, oh, that bad pathing there. Which took a big opening, but the automatic pathing did not. They took the most direct, shortest route, and the boar has been enraged. Neither side can eat the boar, so all it can do is be a nuisance on the map. Uma is getting some good damage there on the Lancer. Of course, it only has 4, or actually does have 15 attack, which is quite sizable. Conversion there to make his opponent panic. And right now, blue has claimed 2 relics, yellow has 1 claimed but 2 picked up, so it looks like yellow will come out in the relic war. Village not being pursued by these lancers, a good chunk of them will start going down. Spear needs just moves forward, does only get 1 slice there before going down himself. We've got a crossbow here, which is still not enough. Archers will only provide some meat in front of for the lancers. And without arrow slits, these towers do have reduced range. Right now, the damage output is 7, which is will be doing 2 damage each versus the lancers, 3 damage versus the veteran Sipahi. And these lancers do find a villager there, and now yellow's villager is going to receive a pretty nice charge there. He does have exiles. Yellow's lance is now advancing forward. Blue does have not a whole lot of research mode. Spring Golem pushes me forward because of good damage there. Good heal on the villagers by the Imams. He looks like he did get the Vizier for the Imams. And which also provides AoE healing. I'm not sure why those villagers were tasked on the gold line when the area was not secured. The 3 Mangonels now pushes me forward, and these forces are falling back. Crossbows getting some damage there, but these guys could fall back to a Scholar. I do have Sipahi decaptured at this point, and we got Yellow trying to get to the sacred side as well. These Lancers are wounded. One of them does go down. This one like to go down shortly. 1 Lancer remains. Villagers do get inside the towers, and those Lancers do all go down with minimal damage dealt. So far, Yellow has killed off 13 villagers, Blue only killed off 1. The Yellow does also have a pretty sizable village advantage. If he was still alive, he would be up to 77, so they have similar villager queues, just that Yellow's doing a good job killing more, and we've got the music abruptly stopping again. I don't know why, it seems like that song just abruptly stopped. Trying to skirt around this market there. Got more spear and advancing force. We'll get some good damage on some of these lancers. Of course, got a couple archers in the mix as well. They're not going to be useful. We do have now 8 Janissaries mainly being built. So he maybe not being eyeing for the Janissary group, but he could perhaps grab that and get out a couple of his Janissaries with more Janissaries. Archers would be a good idea. Maybe a good idea to go for fast training. Oh, nope, he's going to Advanced Academy. Remember as well, you only limit to 5 Viziers, so he only has 1 more Vizier he can obtain. So I'm not sure what he should go for. He could perhaps go for trade bags if he doesn't. Let's take a look at the gold on the map before and see if trade bags will be useful. If you look up here, Blue has another gold deposit here. Multiple gold deposits within like Blue's sphere of influence. Probably getting some damage there. Or Yellow, there's not a lot of gold on Yellow's side of the map. I see this small one here, and here. There's only the 2 large ones just spawned down south, which is Yellow's and Blue's sphere of influence. So Yellow is going to have trouble with a bit of gold potentially. He doesn't have a useful amount of gold work with. He may need a really eye to seize that goal. Janissaries throwing rounds to the Palisade Gate, not a good target for them. Outpost going down, they'll just do abandon these berries. Now got the Spearmen trying to stop these Lancers. They'll just be passing up the berry lines. I was going to break through this area. He's going to lose some of these forces. We got 2 Mangonels in the area, as well as some Janissaries. These villagers may go down. Let's quickly wall up this region there to pin these guys, but these villagers are all going down. Try one village group's getting hit, another villager group's getting hit. And we've got an outpost to be built there, but the villager goes down. Istanbul Observatory now going on up for the Ottomans. I forget what that one exactly does. Axe University improves the influence provided the university blacksmiths to 60%. So it improves their production even greater. So you could get out some more military units as well as faster response time for production. Spearmen push forward, gain some great damage there onto these Lancers. The Lancers do go down. 6 side being captured on up. Looks like that the Mangonels do go down to loose Mangonels. Get a bit of damage there on those crossbows. You have a sizable force of Spearmen here, so archers may be a little bit better than crossbows in that case. One of the metrics. Oh no, that's another assault so far. Yellow's not captured all sacred sites there, so there's countdown in favor of Yellow. The Spearman force, of course, is getting hit significantly. You're seeing quite a bit of focus fire there. So some of these Mangonels do get a good, or Mangonel does get a good volley down the Janissaries. Spearman gets some spirits in the cavalry, and Yellow's going to lose his entire force. Half those Janissaries just went down there, and the archers and crossbows were finding a great angle there to fire over the tree line. Yellow does lose his entire force there, which is significant. And now he is going for biology. He's going heavy in the horseplay, and got also the elite Lancer up there as well. Big line of palisade walls going on up. And we've still got an unupgraded Spearman right there. There's one of those initial Spearmen still alive. Got a great bombarder being deployed field. That's probably from the Head Imperial Armory. It does take 3 minutes to deploy one out for free. These barriers being cleaned up, and this gold and stone is within the sphere of influence. You could try pulling out a stone mine there in order to collect some of that up so we can get out a keep to defend this region, because having keep this region could be very useful. Lancer goes down, the Mangonel goes down to Lancers right there. I'm not sure why there's a Mangonel there. Part of it, this berry on the front line is starting to be consumed. And blue does capture this sacred site. Yellow's going for a large number of palisade walls. Looks like the influence radius of the observatory is also very large. Here there's the blacksmith. It's a standard 2-tower radius, while this one has what appears to be 4-tower radius, so it's able to support a lot of production around it. It also acts as a university, so it doesn't have to take time to build a university to get the advanced technologies such as chemistry. How much does a university cost again? It's like 300, right? Yeah, 300. As I play Mongols, I honestly don't know the cost of a university off the top of my head. Walls are going on up. These Lancers may go down. He's nice to now find a single villager. She will get impaled. So far, Yellow has killed 29 villagers. Blue's only killed 5. You can see the big villager difference right there. Though it looks like Yellow has even pulled out even ahead when it comes to villager count. Because you would just add, say, nice even 30, it would be 107 and not 117. Nice now charging forward, getting a bit of damage there onto these Lancers. Now got a good number of Yellow's villagers advancing forward, trying to claim the stone. And Yellow has claimed this gold mine as well. I mentioned beforehand he's going to seize that one, and he is doing that. Mangonel getting bugged out. Actually, no, that is actually where he is ordered to. I see a flag there. Is that a patrol flag? I'm not sure what type of flag that is. Attack move, patrol move, or what? Well, let's see. Yeah, there is a patrol move in the game. I've never really used a patrol move all too much myself. I usually just stick a unit if I need a unit guard in that location. I don't really care if they're in patrol move or not. Got these forces now moving forward of a big formation. There's a good number of spearmen here. Janissaries will be useful versus the spearmen. I only have 2 Pierce Storm at the moment. Kelly Soda has not advanced next age. He's pretty close to a resource with it. Mangonel's facing forward. Let's get that excellent fall on the Janissaries. These Mangonels do have 20 Pierce Armors. The Janissaries will do 8 damage to them. Which is still actually significant to see how fast they fire. He leads the pot, he gets some great damage there. Janissaries push forward. And find a great damage shot there. Janissaries is severely wounded. Spear just being pushed on forward. And looks like Blue just going back on the game now. As Anna Grade saying, thank you for watching, and on to the next replay. Something I want to pull up as well. I need to double check. The replays I see for him available are more or less last week. I just want to make sure what days. Let's see, 9th and 10th is the last days I recorded, in which I think this was literally one that just got completed. It is a Mongol mirror, so I'm not really a big fan of mirror matchups, but we may come back to him a little bit later, see if any more replays pop up, because this is brand new. On these replays, I am wondering if I did cast them last week, so I will double check. Also a bit more keen on casting Beastie because it seems like I had a lot of good viewership whenever I cast him. Not sure why. Yep, it's been a while. And I don't think I've done this one here, so let's do it. 34 minutes, a good time frame. Greetings everyone, and Grade here for another Age of Empires 4 replay. Spawn on the top side as the Yellow Holy Roman Empire, we have Beastie. On the south side as the Blue French, we have Zeroton. And let's go and fast forward. Economic benefits. The Holy Roman Empire does have access to a powerful economic benefit, the Prelate, temporarily increasing the villagers' collection rate by 40%. I think that's temporary. I actually don't know if it's temporary or permanent. I don't see any timer there. Always leads me to believe that's actually permanent. If that's the case, that's a little bit overpowered. And as the French main economic benefits, the French don't really have a whole lot of economic benefits. Their big one, actually, I realize their villager production queue is actually slightly quicker, so they will get a slight villager advantage, but it does also mean it takes a bit more extra food to produce those villagers. Additionally, they get free blacksmith melee attacks, and later on in Castle Age, they will have access to cheaper units with the influence of a keep. And depending what the Holy Roman Empire play goes for, if it goes for the Aachen Chapel as a landmark, such as so, it is probably, in my opinion, one of the most powerful Feudal Age landmarks in the game, giving a pretty decent air radius of 40% increased gathering rate for villagers. He is putting it right here, which will help him collect up his wood very quickly. It should be still radius of the gold mine. And the reason why I can't see it is because it has to be fully built. It can't see the ore until it's fully built. And later on, you can always put your farms around it, get a good collection right there. In comparison, the French. The French is going for the School of Cavalry. Not a flashy landmark. Acts as stable and makes all your stables produce 20% faster. It's good. Nothing too spectacular, but the biggest thing about it is not the 20% reduced production speed on all your stables. It's the fact it's a free stable. You immediately enter an age when you need to build a stable for your powerful Royal Knight. That's the biggest benefit, in my opinion, for that landmark. And you can see here, the villagers are not in range of the gold mine right there, so he's doing this solely for the wood collection right here. I think he should have pushed it back a couple times there to get better gold collection rate, in my opinion. Oh, that would have been a great spot there. Look at the stone and gold right next to each other. Oh yeah, it's also one of the custom maps as well, isn't it? In which there are 2 gold deposits spawned near your side, as well as 2 small stone deposits. In the center, you got the 3 large gold deposits and 2 of the large stone deposits. So this map heavily comes down to who can test and control the center. It really favors civilizations who have powerful defensive landmarks, in my opinion. Spearman advancing forward, unupgraded Spearman trying to chase away the Royal Knight. So far, there's only 1 Royal Knight in the field, so one's in front of the 1 Royal Knight. The Royal Knight should be a win out, but do have an arrow slit outpost here. 2 villagers here, so won't be able to get out max arrows, but at least we'll be able to shoot at them.
Yeah, India, Inti.
I forgot another economic benefit, the extra villager carrying capacity, which combos really well with the 40% increased collection rate, so they don't have to traverse as much. We got now these forest puppers being corralled into the mill. He's ready to grind up these deer in the thin red pace, though they're getting a little bit spread out, some of them. As not outpost here, looks like the Holy Roman Empire player is eyeing for maybe a faster castle age, I'm guessing. We don't see any additional Royal Knights being pulled out by the French. He is going for additional town center. Yep, and the villager queue is now slightly faster as well, down to 17 seconds. I wasn't sure of the exact numbers when it comes to faster villager queues for the French benefits. I'm thinking maybe it's like reduced by 10%. So that's why it's 18, this goes like 10% per age, like 10, 20, 30, 40, but that's just a guess. I actually need to look at that up more precisely, what the exact percentages are. Do have now these farms now being put on a field. It does put in a nice little corner there. All of them are in sort of like recommended distances from both locations. The town center, so it's comboing it quite well with the town center itself. Of course, got 2 horsemen and a scout advancing forward for the Holy Roman Empire player. The Royal Knight should be plenty to deal with the horsemen, though assuming he doesn't throw any additional swipes there onto the scout, he should be fine. We've got the scout push way forward. He should be able to do some bonus damage to the scout. Of course, the French scout holds an axe, and that probably freaks out these units. Who wants to be chased by a crazy guy on a horse with an axe? That's the economic text now coming on out for the Holy Roman Empire player. We got the unupgraded Spearman versus the Ardent Spearman. Ardent Spearman now trying to chase the Royal Knights. Royal Knights need to keep their distance. This villager, I'm not sure what that villager is doing. The villager will be picked off. Maybe a bad rally queue for the town center. We also now have Archer pulled on the field as well. Villagers need to fall him back. Spearman advancing forward, and the scout as well. Now got the hardened Spearman for the French. Doesn't have a blacksmith at the moment, so doesn't get his free blacksmith research. Doesn't have enough wood for it for the time being. He may want to get that out relatively soon, just to get that free upgrade for extra damage. Because it will bring up the roll nice damage up to 20. And a lot of use our health are more divisible by 20, though in this case, not so much. So yeah, I don't think the blacksmith melee upgrade is actually going to be useful in this situation. Royal Knights now making their way forward. They maybe will find themselves with some villager. There's of course this wood deposit there. Let's get this one in. Oh, could have got inside that lumber mill there. Does get a bit of damage. The damage down those Royal Knights. These spearmen may want to fall back a little bit, and now we've got the faster castle of Vernies Cathedral. He's able to obtain some extra relics. That'd be great, because this map can be a bit starved from gold. In actuality, there's a villager that may be what the other villagers trying to do, walling in these relics. Horseman's camping this relic. Royal Knights trying to pursue this horseman. And he ordered them to go over here, then patrol move on top of this relic. Very nice. Now I got the Vernies Cathedral halfway complete. The French are very far from aging up. It does have more villagers at the moment, since his opponent has not gotten in an additional town center. Royal Knights charging forward. We'll get a good hit there, and the follow-up swipe will kill off a villager. Nice little pick there. Both sides now killed off one villager. Archer does go down there. We've got this spearman getting a hit as well. Now I do have Castle Age for the Holy Roman Empire player. Going some of his own knights right now probably could be very useful. Now he's going to be trying to camp some of these relics. Chivalry's on the way as well. Of course, the Zolok dog can help interrupt that, as well as a horseman. That's going to finish off that horseman there. Those Royal Knights are severely wounded. Desperately need Chivalry. Chivalry is being researched now. Now do you see some knights being plowed out by the Blue Empire player? Horseman getting horseman back. Relic does pick up this relic there, so it'll be first relic for the Holy Roman Empire player. Zolok Dago does get some bites down here. Holy Roman Empire players now eyeing for marching drills. Getting out some man-at-arms and or landsknechts could be very useful. Arbaletiers are a common unit for the French, which they tend to spam them out a lot in Castle Age. If his opponent does not pull out any additional archers, landsknechts could be very useful versus the Arbaletiers, who tend to also have a lot of extra hack armor. But landsknechts, they hit hard. Horseman does go down there. Got some knights deployed out by yellow. Royal Knight trying to pursue these forces as well. Still pretty far from aging up as well. Gold is now being claimed up by blue onto Nod. 3 central gold deposits. Let's now running around everywhere. Got the Royal Knights way forward as well. Does find a spear brace there on this Royal Knight somehow. Sometimes I don't understand how those spear braces work. He does lose a scout, however. So it'll be hard to spot those prelates. Spearmen and Royal Knight trying to pursue these forces. No spear in the wood line. Gonna take time to focus on the Royal Knight. He is getting some good hits there on the horseman. The Royal Knights over here, I'm not sure where they've went. That one's getting killed by Chivalry. Let's take out the horseman there. Royal Knight could back on off. We got these 2 Royal Knights there. That may have been the 2 Royal Knights that were at that relic. He does pick up the Royal Knight there. Trying to bring in some more of these farms for the French. Another relic picked up by yellow. Does take out the horseman there. Got some spearmen here. Veteran spearmen. versus the hardened spearmen. Royal Knights engaging these knights. Knights right now are higher quality. There's actually a good number of horsemen here. Horsemen trying to overrun the archers. Spearmen are able to annihilate these horsemen, no problem. And it looks like Yellow does lose his force up here. Yellow does lose his force. And that Royal Knight does go down as well. Got multiple knights in this region. A couple Royal Knights, a couple Spearmen. They hit or miss because right now Knights just have the higher quality advantage. The French right now does have a good number of villagers. He's not eyeing to go to the next stage anytime soon. He will take out that relic there. That relic goes down as well. Yellow's only picked up playing the one relic. The last three and the four relics are on his on the yellow side of the map, barring this one, which is completely encased on in. One villager will go down there. Knights are advancing forward. There's a Royal Knight here for defense now, but of course they can't. They'll be outnumbered. Villager trying to bend the wood line. Let's find that villager there. It doesn't appear that yellow or blue has textiles. Yellow does not have textiles either. There is a relic inside of this outpost, which will of course allow him to get a little extra damage, range, and armor. We do also have now man-at-arms here engaging the spearmen. Man-at-arms in this situation against the spearmen are a good idea, as well as against the archers. Against his opponent's current composition, mass man-at-arms can be very deadly because his opponent only can deploy out knights to engage the man-at-arms. Let's scout some of these villagers here with his archers. Very nice, since he knows his archer's not used for this conflict. He's just going to go straight for the villagers, which is very good. Does clean up Yellow's army there, however. There's simply not enough man-at-arms there. Lance going down. Nice, so man-at-arms pretty hard. But it will do quite well versus these archers. We've got another prelate here. Does take out the prelate once again. This prelate is trying to run away and he will go down himself. More knights being blown on field. Zolok Doggo does go down. A couple dead villagers there, so I think the wolf may have actually killed off a couple villagers there. Man-at-arms being pulled on out. Does go for bludgeons. It's an anti-heavy weapon, which will make them very powerful versus these Royal Knights. What's that, up to 18 damage per hit with them now? Yes. And you can always go for two-handed weapons as well, giving them 20 damage per hit against the Royal Knights.
Edele Ritter sind bereit. Vassals in avant. Orchest. Ritter im Sattel.
Knights now pushing down south.
Selbstverstand. Bereit zu gehorchen.
Man-at-arms do find it good and get hits there. Royal Knights only have 3 hack armor at the moment. Does get the prelate killed once again. Trulux claimed by Yellow. His knights still roaming around. And the French player is still pretty far from advancing the next age. Royal Knights push way forward. Does some good damage there on those knights. It looks like these Royal Knights will be pursuing those knights. Berries being cleaned up here. There's also more berries over here, as well as the boar. He is cleaning up these berries over here as well. And also got some palisade walls up here, which will help him deny this relic. Knights are pushing me forward. Maybe they're trying to torch down these gates around there. These knights almost dead. 2 health, 8 health. villagers do get inside this outpost, but of course it's not enough room for everybody. And so these villagers will go down. The French does have more villagers than opponent at the moment. Yellow has done a good job killing off 20. Blue has killed off 8. Knights does go down. Both those knights have gone down there. The villagers trying to build this outpost. Or maybe not. Not sure what they're trying to do. Spear now pushing forward. Able to get some good hits there onto these knights. And the rest of the royal knights now advancing over here. More hits onto that knight. Royal Institute now going on up. This course will allow them to access technologies early and cheaply. But not faster, isn't it? Yep. 30% cheaper here. Ignores age requirements. Royal Knight still seems to fire there. We'll spot the Royal Institute going up. He will not get any additional shots there. Obviously now these villagers are eyeing for a monastery on to pick up relics himself. So far, Yellow's only picked up 2. He knows the last 3 are at. All of them has walls around them. And now I've got this knight being pursued by these spearmen. We've got these knights and spearmen now advancing on forward. And now got Royal Bloodlines being researched. He does not have the Veteran Royal Knight upgrade just yet, which will put the Royal Knights and regular Knights on equal footing. But the Royal Bloodline is, of course, very powerful. Royal Knight still punches the forces there. Does get some good health regen as well. Now these knights are being pursued. These knights have been lost track of. He does have some more villagers here collect up the berries. So a good number of these villagers could go down right there. He's not... Yeah, now he's going to hit them. Spear now pushing over here, trying to respond to him. Some of those villagers do go down. More hits there onto these Royal Knights. Now it's getting the Veteran Royal Knight as well. Spearman gains some great hits of these Lancers, or Knights, does pick them all off. Good number of villagers have gone down. Now got these Royal Knights making their charge way forward. Of course, these main arms do have the heavy bludgeons, or maces right now. It looks like now they're going to try to hit these villagers. While these forces receive some hits. Veteran Royal Knights now trying to engage these villagers. We've got multiple keeps now being pulled out by Yellow. He's on a creep forward of these defenses. He could pull out forward town center for emergency repairs as well if needed. Spearmen advancing forward. Of course, these are just hardened spearmen, not veteran spearmen. Man arms will still be very useful versus them, as will the archers. More Yellow's villagers are going down. Yellow's lost a significant number of villagers. They almost have half the villager count. Man-Arms starting to engage. Looks like Yellow will win this fight. Man-Arms, of course, are very good in this situation. And his opponent deploys the Arbaletiers like he is. He may want to mix in some Landsknecks. And some good damage there onto these crossbows to finish them off. Able to finish, took out a number of those Arbaletiers, but of course now the Lancers will start, or Knights will start going down. And now they have these man-at-arms now upgraded to 2 unit weapons as well, so they will do up to 21 damage versus heavy, 15 damage versus light, and some of these villagers start going to be whacked. And now I've got the Palace of Swallow being pulled out here. That is the landmark town center, which is going to be the town center he's going to use to provide emergency repairs up front onto the front line. It also allows him to build villagers cheaper and quicker from there. And he desperately does need that as well, because his villager count is abysmal compared to his opponent. Yellow's course has done a good job killing off villagers, but Blue did a decent enough job as well. Knights are now hitting these man-at-arms now. Why do I keep on saying Lancers? Royal Knights. Veteran Royal Knights. He also advanced forward a good number of man-at-arms and those horsemen, starting to get some damage there on these man-at-arms. And he does want the keep there, some of these villagers have gone down. The elves now eyeing for a line of stone walls, trying to keep the side of the map secure. You have this horseman now running around, seeing a bit of damage there. The French player is not too far away from next age, just needs to gather twice the amount of food and gold. That villager does stay alive, does have textiles research. Knights are focused on some of these villagers. Got villagers and spearmen trying to hit these knights. One knight remains. Does have a relic inside this keep as well. May want to go ahead and get some upgrades here while at it. Also, while we're to point out some villagers being passed on to the back line. There's Upton Chapel, be able to provide some excellent food collection rates. He could put some mills out on the side so better chop off points to the outlying villagers. This Arbiter is getting picked off by these man-at-arms. All these villagers starting to go on down, but man-at-arms being picked on off. Wonder what upgrades he has at the moment. It doesn't appear to have the increased attack speed upgrade, nor does he have Gambersons at the moment. Of course, now push way forward. Blue is trying to collect this gold deposits. Some of these villagers starting to get hit. Bombard now starting to hit this keep. These villagers backing on off. There's no village inside this tower here. Right now, Blue doesn't have a load of force in the field, just not right here. More of these forces starting advancing forward. Still just hardened spearmen. And right now, we've just got more economic attacks being pulled on out. Let's find these crossbows. There's a couple archers mixed on in as well. Bombard does find a hit there. Man-at-arms starting to run away. Villagers starting to find some more man-at-arms as well. Man-at-arms just being sent to all the villager locations for Blue. Bombards hitting, Bombards hitting this keep quite hard. Now we got a Trebuchet now engaging Bill's keep here. Does of course have the relic inside, which does of course give him some extra armor, damage, sight range, and weapon range. But the armor is not important because it is pierce armor as well as fire armor, just not siege armor. Trying to take out his opponent. Multiple trebuchets not hitting the keep. Those use emergency repairs. Those keep will go down. And some of these villagers can get hit by the bombard placement of this keep. Bombard's trying to make their way forward. They're trying to hit these trebuchets. There's 4 of them right here. Now trying to go up the stone. Blue has gathered up a decent amount of gold. And now you have the red palace being employed on the field. It's a little bit in a defensive position, but still in a good centralized location. This gold deposit has 1,000 gold left, not a whole lot. Just when you take whatever gold he can get from there, and then start pushing forward to engage in the center. Blue has currently 2 relics, the yellow has 3. Keep these trebuchets alive, I'm very important. This keep still up. You may also just use emergency repair again with self cooldown. This will of course give him 3,000 health, which will be more than enough to repair up this keep. And right now, blue may want to eye to get the improved discounts around this red palace since he has a keep now. Power does go down there. Yellow right now has more villages than his opponent thanks to Palace of Swabia. Villagers right now producing at every 16 seconds, or slightly a bit more. Of course, we may get some good hits on these villagers, but a spearman here to stop these horsemen. And with the red palace as well, he does have Arbalest in placement, annihilating these horsemen. Now he's just down to one horseman. Outpost does go down. Bombards do take out the Spring Gull. Right now, Spring Gull do not outrange the Bombard. He needs to get research, which he is. Now these man arms push way forward. The red palace's Arbalest in placement will stop these units from doing all too much. We've now got the elite upgrade there as well. It does take out one villager. Got a bit damage there onto outpost now. Mortal outposts being pulled on out. If yellow has any range force, you can always station top of these walls for extra 2 range. Now if he's on bombard the keep, he does use activate emergency repair there, eyeing for the increased health. The health of towers, walls, and gates by 40% does not affect the keeps. Do keep that in mind. Architect would though. Arbaletiers advanced support does not have Gamberson's research. He does not have the increased attack speed either. These elite Arbaletiers are not really upgraded whatsoever. And I got the massive force advancing forward. He doesn't have any spearmen on the front line to stop these horsemen. And Gambersons would have been very useful in this fight as well, as well as any sort of melee armor. If he would have got the melee armor and the Gambersons, these Arbaletiers could have up to 10 melee armor, because of these elite man arms only do 7 damage per hit. He does can't fight around the red palace. He should have stayed garrison the red palace until this force is cleaned done up. But may have been overkilling a little bit too much on these models. The red palace is, of course, very effective. Whatever that force does go down as well. More stone walls being pulled up by yellow, and now he's eyeing to encapsulate these gold deposits. He's also rapidly trying to seize all the gold on the map. He can't, probably thinking he can't hold it. If he does get broken here, he won't be able to have any gold in the back line. We got a pair of Culverin and as well as some bombards. We got multiple trebuchets sitting on up. Good damage there. Spearman advancing forward. Crossbows, they don't have any their powerful research. Arbaletiers. Up on cannon places have been completed. Culverin's making their way forward. Bombards being repaired up by the villagers. Yet blue is eyeing to grab the stone. He's sacrificing villagers for it. He does a little bit over villagered as well. Culverin's getting some good hits there on the Culverin, but the Culverins do pick them off. There goes another siege weapon there. Spearman over on this Culverin as well. Culverin does go down. Now it's time for a keep here to help keep this stone secure. There's enough stone here for a bit more keeps as well. Some of these Arbaletiers are going down. Culverins and bombards trying to hit this keep now. Maybe we'll get it. Culverins do get some good hits on these trebuchets. The keep does get destroyed. Stone walls are almost complete as well. Right now, the French do has a lot of food and wood, not a lot else. Designed for a good number of spearmen. His opponent's not playing on any range, so it's also not going to be that useful. And more with archers, so he has to rely on spearmen and what remaining arbaletiers he has. Does get a hit there, but simply too many culverins. When these horsemen start to go down, arbaletiers firing away, trying to get out somehow close to the region. Of course, the red pals will find some good fire support. Man at arms needs some great damage there onto these trebuchets. One trebuchet now remains. Does save that trebuchet. Got, of course, cannons pushing forward, and blue does back the game now. This is Andrew saying, thank you for watching, and on to the next replay. I think that was my last available replay I can catch from him, so let's on to the next person. Let's see, we can take a look at some of these 16s. 18, 17, 12, nope. No replays I can fetch from him. You know what as well? I remember seeing a new replay that was available after replays. Yep, there's another replay. 17 minutes, not long enough. Here we go, there's a lot of 16 replays. Absent mirror, I'm not a big fan of mirror matchups. Another absent mirror. If necessary, I can do a mirror matchup. Here's one. Also as well, please give me one moment. I need to turn on my AC. It's getting a little bit warm in here. One moment, please. Oh, that should do it. Hopefully the AC in the background won't make too much noise. Think about rearranging how my apartment's set up, by the way. Greetings everyone, and great here for another Age Pirates 4 replay. Spawn on the right side as a Cyan Chinese, we have Kosovo. Spawn on the left side as the Green English, we have Liquid Demu. Economic benefits. The Chinese do have excellent Imperial Official. The Imperial Official, of course, can collect tax income as well as increase the drop-off resources on a singular building, which really just reminds me of Age of Mythology with the Pharaoh. On the left side, the English. They do have some of the most powerful economic benefits of the game due to the fact that their farms are half price and they can be incredibly powerful when built next to a mill. But he is actually pushed forward into the center of the land to get the fishies. Fish do collect the same rate as deer, just minus the drop off. And now it looks like Science collect them fishes as well. Of course, Chinese English villagers do have a little bit extra damage. Does pick off some of these villagers. Oh, there's just one. Doesn't kill off that one village time. One of Green's villagers do go down as well, so equal. And now this outpost, well, this mill will provide some good spotting. Now both sides are going to try to collect the fishies once again. Huh, look at this, the boar's right next to the deer. Good source of food there as well. Did take a swipe at this scout, or maybe not. I'm not sure what I overheard the archer attack then.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And it looks like the villagers are falling back, not eyeing to collect the fishies, but eyeing to wait. Did he had a mill there? Or just the outpost? He may have actually ever built a mill. He actually does not have enough wood to build a mill. That's why he fell back the sheep. He can't actually make use of it. There we go. Now he has enough wood for a mill. When it comes to feudal age unique units, of course the Chinese have the Zunshnu, a good anti-lightly armored unit. And that's probably a bad way to put it. Good versus units with low pierce armor. And of course, the English has class of the longbow, a archer that has increased range and damage, gets +1 damage, +2 range. Does cost 10 extra resources, costs 90 rather than 80. And also the fact there's also the feudal age man-at-arms, in which the Chinese will have a severe time dealing with. Feudal age man-at-arms, one of the hardest units most civilizations to deal with. Even civilizations who have access to heavy horsemen have trouble versus the feudal age man-at-arms, because it's easy to counter horsemen or the heavy knights and all that sort. Simply build spearmen. While feudal age man-at-arms, they don't really have a counter other than those heavy horsemen. We do not have the Bardic and the Sun being pulled on field. Looks like the Chinese now eyeing the collective fishies. Got the Council Hall in the middle of the map as well. I don't think I've ever seen both the Council Hall push this far forward. Though I've actually played against that a couple of times beforehand. It didn't go up too well for the English player, honestly. Council Hall and Bardic and the Sun. Council Hall looks like will be cleared shortly. Bardic and the Sun does, of course, have a quicker build time because the Chinese can build stuff quicker. Does have one arrow firing there. I'm not sure what's actually on the inside. I think probably there's a scout. Wasn't really paying attention to what got inside of it. Council Hall is almost complete. Best way to deal with the Bardic and the Sun in an aggressive position like this is to build out a battering ram. After all, one battering ram can easily deal with it. Now I do have some longbow being pulled on the field. The Bardic and the Sun's range is 8, which is greater than the longbow's range of 7. More sheep are just being there, being collected. No additional town center for looks like being put up by each side. Don't see any stone being collected on up. Longbowmen now being pulled on the field. I'm for a couple of longbowmen. We have wheelbarrow on the way for green. Sign does not have wheelbarrow just yet. Longbowman now engaging these villagers. He does pull back the sheeple. Now gonna be bopping the sheep next to the town center. Something garrison the inside. I'm not sure what it is. We got a horseman here. He is going for a handful of palings. Of course, he just play around the town center. The town center does have 8 range. He's just outside that range. We got multiple horsemen now pulling the field. Horse puffers over here as well. So this area is still very useful for the Chinese player to secure, both for the bit of fish and the forest puffers. Got more palings being pulled out over here, trying to protect his fishermen. Horsemen now breaking their way, pushing their way forward. The palings do what, 25 damage? Does activate a stun shot as well, so decent spear brace, but does find a small window there. The palings being disarmed. Maybe the scout could have pushed on first to disable those palings there, but does take out those longbowmen. Consider bullets useful there as well. He can now push back to the sheep that are down on the ground over here, and then have them supervise it. So the stable is being currently supervised there. Horsemen advancing on forward. There is a good number of longbowmen here and a good number of palings. There are 9 longbowmen here. They can, since they're +1 base damage, they can overcome the inherent pierce armor of horsemen a little bit easier. Now got +1 pierce damage being pulled up in English. Very useful for this large number of horsemen. Let's see the large number of horsemen here. We do got a single horseman hitting that villager, taking him out. The longbow now moving over here to respawn. Looks like those villagers have gone down, so no more villagers collecting fishies. As I am for more longbows. Over here, got the 5 horsemen, the scout there. Blue's eyeing for a handful of palisade walls there, which will deny this deer to be with his buddies. And that mill was poorly placed. It would have destroyed that fish. Sometimes it can be really hard to tell whether or not a mill or something like that will destroy fish. So you have to be very careful. If you don't know if it does, it doesn't. You may as well just don't just push it back a towel. Because if you think it's going to do it, then it likely is. And the fish gets destroyed immediately upon the scaffolding and not based on completion. I would say... I was going to say, maybe it's a good idea if they were to remove those natural resources upon completion rather than upon placement. But then you still don't know whether or not if it's going to be covering it or not. Sometimes I wish the shore fish, as well as even deep sea fish, are just simply unplaceable on top. Yes, you can sometimes even destroy deep sea fish on certain maps. Very annoying. Longbone will find a good fall there, takes out a villager. Multiple villagers starting going down. They'll see a bit of fire there. Right now, the Chinese has 10 horsemen on the field. There's currently all 16 longbowmen in the scout right there. This is the entire English army. Not sure where the Scion horsemen are at the moment. There's 6 out of the 10. Trying to go for a 7th one. Oh, there it is. He's trying to torch down the Count's Hall. Trying to deny these reinforcements, which is good. Longbowman does go down there. Good damage there on those longbows. Longbows do push Sai in a corner there. Eyeing for mass palings. Not sure how effective. Oh, does get some decent damage there on the horsemen. Horsemen are falling back.
What the fit?
Horsemen now trying to push forward, trying to hit these longbows. Longbows are starting to go on down. Of course, there's still a good number of them. And Einstein does hit a couple arrows there on the Imperial Official. Imperial Official does have quite a bit of help. I'm going to stay inside the shrubbery there to stay alive, because right now he is hidden. Mix of hidden and unhidden, because there's a little bit unexposed area there. There's still a couple arrows there on the villager, and all these longbowmen will go down. Got some spearmen not being fought with English. Whether it be spearmen or man-at-arms, both would be useful in this situation. Or spearmen would be a good hard counter. Man-at-arms would be a good journalist counter to everything he may fight against. You now have another outpost being put up by Scion. Does get inside of that one as well. Does lose a couple villagers there. Both sides have lost 7 villagers at the moment, so their population is similar. The Chinese player is not advanced to the Song dynasty, so does not have access to faster villager production either. Likely, the English player will eye for the King's Palace. The Chinese player will probably go with the astronomical clock tower. Though there is actually a case for the Imperial Palace in this situation, for better spotting purposes. Does decide to get these outposts garrisoned with the horsemen rather than villagers. However, the outpost does only have 6 inherent range. He needs the hand cannoneer slot to upgrade in order to get out the additional range to hit these longbows. So this outpost is seeing some extra damage, free damage there. Right now he's playing some archers though, not Zunchnu's, because he wants a bit more range, as well does offer a bit more mobility. And plus doesn't require any gold. In which the Zunchnu and the archer do cost the same amount in total resources, 80. Now do got siege engineers being put up with English. He needs to get a little bit more wood. A single battery will put up and cleave to the battery from the sun, as well as the outposts. Does push a bit too far forward. He really wants his outpost dead. And does hit the horseman there. I think that's what he's trying to do. He pushes the spearman forward like that to ambush the horseman to come out. Or villagers. I'm not sure. He probably didn't realize there were horsemen there, not villagers. Now he's eyeing for a battering ram. Sign should be able to see this with the mill, I believe. And now Sign's eyeing for textiles. One battering ram down full in the field could start battering down the mill. Now 2 battering rams have been pulling field. He has a good number of horsemen here, but nothing to really engage the spearmen. Horsemen, however, will do bonus damage versus the battering rams. There are 3 spearmen there in the longbow. Bardic Sun's firing away some arrows. Has a handful of own archers on the field, which will be a hard counter to the spearmen. Does find a single man-at-arms here. It is just Vanguard man-at-arms. Early man-at-arms research is on the way. Battering rams now seeing decent damage there on the Bardic Sun. And looks like these villagers, they're going to get overran. He will lose a couple of them. Horsemen skirmishing around. Archers do get some damage on some of these spearmen. The English spear number is down to 7. The horsemen may be safely charging in the longbows. Handful of those trying to push forward, trying to push down these battering rams now. Spearmen very vulnerable there. Late response there, but we'll get off a couple more spearmen. And now I got the horsemen there. Now's a good time to push forward. There's only 1 spearman in the mix. Villagers need to get out of the Bardic Sun, start torching on the battering rams, and send them back to collect the fishies. Maybe we'll keep 1 or 2 on repairs just to slowly repair it up. Doesn't need immediate repairs, so the battering rams will go down. Now these longbows are being picked on off. And this is one reason why man-at-arms be a bit more of a better generalist counter. They can withstand the archer fire a little bit better. And they are still beat one horseman 1v1 while still being the same cost. You do now have some more early man-at-arms being pulled on the field. He does have the Pierce Armor being researched. With that, the man-at-arms will have 3 Pierce Armor, or 4 Pierce Armor total, so that will give them 2 damage per arrow for the archers. That's the time the torch sound counts fall. This will likely go on down. More the fishies being collected on up by these villagers. Scouts will see for the damage there. And there goes those horsemen. That's hall has been saved, but it's now being burnt down. To have 1 food, 1 wood upgrade, no food or wood, and just now, wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow would probably have been better a long time ago when it's got all these fishies, since there's quite a bit of travel time sometimes with extra fish deposits. And with now, the English no longer has their fish for their fish and chips. And they don't have not discovered potatoes yet, because they have not been in the New World yet either. Outpost has been deployed out there. Another outpost going on up. Got a large number of outposts. You go for hand cannoneer slits. They will be actually a cost-effective upgrade to fight those man-at-arms. Hand cannoneer slit does 25 damage. Spring balls do what? 35 damage? Which of course is a little bit. It is of course weaker, but also much cheaper. Hand cannoneer slits are just cost-effective when it comes to stone investment for an upgrade. Console slowly being repaired up by a single villager, or 2 villagers. The fire has been put out. Astronomical clock tower being deployed on out now. Castle Age for the Chinese player. The English player has a slight villager advantage. He does need some more food to go to the next age. When he sees his opponent goes to the next age, he may hold off for a moment to get to the next age himself. Because when his opponent goes to the next age, he will have access to the Lancer, Crossbow, and of course Fire Lancer, but of course requires additional Dynasty. What Dynasty does it take to get out Fire Lancers? I never really remember all the Dynasty stuff. Where's the stable? There it is. Been producing off of 1 stable the entire time, not bad. It does take the Yuan Dynasty. Right now it's just Song with a 2nd landmark. Song does also make his village production get increased, so his villagers get produced every 15 seconds rather than 20 seconds. So now he has 1 and a quarter town center, or yeah, 1 and a quarter town center. So the villager disparity will quickly even out, because it wasn't very large to begin with. Hurricane Sun is getting repaired on up. Could upgrade the spring ball replacement while at it. Just need a bit of stone. The crossbow will be very useful at this age because opponent's playing a large number of man-at-arms. We do have a good number of lances on field, which are a good item versus man-at-arms as well. He does have a good number of archers to gauge the spearmen as well, so that would be useful. King's Palace not being on field as predicted. Lancers now making advance. Archers getting damage to their man-at-arms, not spearmen. Lancers now eyeing to engage the battering ram. He wants that battering ram now dead. Longbone is now seeing a bit of archer fire. He does not have there's the veteran archer research on the way. Horseman Lance is not pushed way forward. He's going to need some bit damage there. Archer's firing away. Looks like they may be hitting some of the man-at-arms. Oh, we'll see he's focused on the spearmen. It looks like most spearmen have gone down, so a couple remain, which still pose a threat to these lancers because they're in small numbers. Also, longbowmen do punch pretty hard. They're at some damage. The lancers only have 5 armor, pierce armor, so they take 2 damage per arrow. And the longbowmen in this age can get up to 10 damage, which is quite significant. We've got a clock tower Nessa B, an excellent counter to the longbows. We got all the longbowmen and spearmen and man-at-arms here. Zog Doggo trying to pursue these lancers. Lancers on to harass some of these villagers. King's Palace is being utilized. And good damage there onto these lancers. Clock Tower Nessa B now firing the Count's Hall. Doing some damage, not a really good counter item. It does decent damage versus it. More of a soft counter rather than a hard counter. Now got 2 Clock Tower Nessa B's now pulling a few. Lose Cyan's army is pathetically small. What is he? Okay, he's migrating some villagers down south to the board. Does have 8 villagers here. Best get a mill and hero fish out there to get better wood drop off. Oh boy, there's actually 2 berry pauses right there as well. That could be very useful for the Chinese player to make use of. He actually doesn't. He's already consumed a good number of fishies. There's some more fishies to obtain. Lance now pushing over here. Iron fishes for more lancers. He's actually lacking for a lot of production queues as well as resources at the moment. The English are able to maintain great food collection since the advanced farming they have access to. And now you can see here these units get automatically rerouted there since it's no longer a traversable path. Resistance hold is being cleaned up as well, so you can abandon the villagers here before the English make their way through. 1 of the villagers do go down, 2 gold remaining. And Imperial official does go and drop off that taxable income as well. Trying to migrate down south to this gold vein as well. The Imperial official along any of these deposits will be very useful. He start advances way forward. Blue still does not have a real proper defense. He does have, of course, 2 clock tower SCVs being brought on back. Very useful, that's for sure. Imperial official does go down there. Imperial Academy can't get that replaced. Man-Arms make that advance. Does get some good damage there. Not the great shots with those two. Lockdown the speed being focused down. A number of archers longbows have gone down. He's trying to focus on the villagers. Signs losing a good number of villagers here. Clock Tower and SFVs has gone down. Lancers now able to engage his forces with reasonable impunity. But a number of signs of villagers have gone down. Without a second town center and opponent having 2, he's going to be very far behind villager production, that's for sure. Right now, he does need some more gold income, which he does have now. Eyes will be able to finish off that force. Green still has a sizable military on the field. 43 units. There's a handful of units here. I think there's some palisade walls there. Oh, there's his force. All vulnerable to clock tower SCVs, that's for sure, but the Chinese just need a front line. Palace Guard will probably be a decent front line. His opponent has not deployed out any crossbows, while Palace Guards do have less pierced armor than, say, Man-at-Arms, especially English Man-at-Arms with armored clad. At least have some good health to keep the units at bay and good damage output allowing the clock tower SCVs engage, as well as being a bit cheaper than, say, Lancers. But I don't think there's even barracks on the field, is there? Guardian Sun does also provide some good vision range, so it will be able to provide some good targeting for the clock tower SCVs. Council Hall is going to be his target. Race advancing over here. The wall second over here has not been repaired. Even when the board's claimed, you can always build another mill here to grab some extra deer. Still a decent amount of food right there, but not a whole lot, honestly. This gold vein with 2 gold will interrupt some movement. About 1 single site now destroyed from the Chinese. Spear now advancing on forward. 1 Imperial official does go down. These villagers may want to abandon this wood line. A good number of Lancers here. Let's take out some more of these signed villagers. He can't be losing any more than this. These villagers are getting hit by these spearmen. Of course, spearmen are not the greatest counter, but they are useful. Let's get a bit of damage there. Run over toward these clock tower SCVs. Those villagers got... those spearmen could actually put more damage there, not really. Stone's not being collected up. He definitely probably needs to get out some keeps. Got some great hit there on those spearmen. Spearmen are mostly dealt with. The longbow and spearmen are just slowly building down the lancers. This is not a good composition by the Chinese player, in my opinion. Sure, the SCVs are nice, but the spearmen and the crossbows are just whittling down these lancers, and he's maintaining this away from those lancers there. He needs regular horsemen in the situation, probably a bit better. As well as some sort of front line as well, because right now his lancers are simply just not cutting out. Sign will win that fight, but now got some more battery rams and still got a nice cost-effective army deployed by the English. The Chinese player just doesn't have a force on the field. He's going for more Lancers now. That force has been cleaned up, but he did lose a number of Lancers as well, and with his minimal force. Look at the cost of each army. Cyan's army is very, very small. Green is very large, but the quality is very similar. But I would take Green's army over Cyan's army. This also is inflated by a good number of Spring Gulls and Battering Rams. This Spring Balls will be very useful not only for the Clock Tower SCVs, but also for the Lancers, because they do hit hard. They're like Hand Cannoneers, just that they're far too expensive, like compared to Hand Cannoneers. Not available in the Castle Age. Clock Tower SCVs advanced support. These Lancers gets a massive volley there. Could have been much worse. There's 4 of them there. And Spring Balls are taking out those Clock Tower SCVs. Does save all 3 of his Clock Tower SCVs. Only 1 SCV remains. And all of them are now down. So that's probably going to be game. Sign has no military force in the field. He deployed too many Lancers when he should have got Man-at-Arms or Palace Guard and Spearmen. I think the problem Sign lost because of his poor composition. It's Anne Grade saying, thank you for watching, and on to the next replay. Let's see, that was Marshland, so that was this one here. 16, 37. Greetings everyone, and Grade here for another Age of Empires 4 replay. Spawn on the south side as the Red Ottomans with Liquid Demu. Spawn on the north side as the Magenta English. We have Cop. Let's see, economic benefits. The Ottomans, of course, don't really have many economic benefits. They decided just to, instead of collecting resources and fighting them into units, they simply just deploy the units outright for free through the military school. Additionally, they do have access to a Vizier to increase some mining speed and tolling hills, as well as get some H sheeple. While in comparison, the English do have one of the most powerful economic benefits in the entire game, in my opinion. The farms costing 50% less, so it's 37 wood, making the most efficient or cheap. It's more efficient even on Mongols' pastures, which is technically 50 wood per villager. Additionally, they can also make their farms collect up even better with the nearby mill. So this will provide the English an excellent amount of food income. By a bit of gold being collected up and no military school at the moment, so if the Ottoman player is not eyeing for military schools, he may be eyeing for an eco play with additional councils, so the chance for end tolling hills is highly likely. You can always go for military schools later on. We got now the twin mineries deployed on the field. Axe's mill grows 4 berry bushes and gets collected 50% faster. Berry bushes were grown after 120 seconds after it depleted. In other words, it basically provides you 4 villagers worth of good income, which makes it so you don't have to rely on the field as much for your berry collection. Very handy indeed. Up here, of course, we got the council hall going on up, which is a arch range times 2 for free. Or on the whole cost for aging up, of course. Now let's talk about what unique units we'll see deployed in Feudal Age. The Ottomans have 2 unique units. The Meteor provide a constant passive aura effect to either increase attack speed, hack armor, or pierce armor. While, as well as the Spahi, a heavier horseman, with a unique ability to make them attack faster but take more melee damage in return. The English have 2 unique units as well. You got the Longbowman. A archer will have +1 or +2 range, +1 damage. It does cost a little bit more, like the Spahi, as well as the early Man-at-Arms. In fact, the unique thing about them as well is they also start with a Dark Age Man-at-Arms. Oh no, Dark Age Spearmen. Counts are going up, so the English are eyeing for eco play as well. Both players are eyeing for eco. Or 3 villagers on stone suggests actually now he's going for late military schools. Or late first military school. This is not bad. You can get that unit production out and going early in order to get a nice little reserve of units for defensive purposes. Or start building up units for Sipahi for a raiding party. Whatever his choice is. Does have a stable field as well as archer range, so he may actually aim for a bit of aggression. Actually, actuality, he's now throwing more villagers there onto the stone now, so he maybe is eyeing for a town center as well as some military schools. You have 2 military schools going on up. Magenta does spot the military schools going up now, so he knows it's not going to be any heavy aggression, but actuality, that could be a little bit false pretense, a red herring, because now we've got the Sipahi and the scout right there. But of course, he does have 2 town centers here, so we'll be able to find a good net of defense. He does also have 2 farms out here for a bit of extra food as well. We want to get back extra wood. He's trying to push a large number of villagers onto the gold deposit. There's 8 villagers there. He'll be designed for barracks, maybe. Sipahi production on those military schools.
Ike on your Sally.
And now we've got additional towns that are being blowed out by the English. Designed for 3 town centers, which actually may result in going for the White Tower as a Castle Age landmark. The White Tower, of course, is a keep. And the other one, of course, is the King's Palace, which will allow him to deploy it out as additional town center. All designed for additional town center now. So the English will maintain a good villager lead and will maintain a good villager lead.
Bilgin. Titreşin erin. Olur.
There you were. Beyler, girelim.
Eşitin biti. Eşitir.
Oh, both sides are just being a little bit passive and eco, so I'm going to go ahead and fast forward a little bit. Sipahi are not being aggressive because there's simply no opening. We've got additional mills out in the field, eyeing for the village to collect some berries as well, which will collect much slower than these farms. Farms have a base collection rate of 0.75. Berries have a base collection rate of 0.67 or 66, one of the two. And with the these villages, okay, that's another castle. See the glowing effect. Spear and Fancy Fork gets some good hits down the Sipahi. There are 3 Sipahi right there, no scouts. And the reason why I pull up that statistic, these farms also now collecting up 20% faster in this age as well, thus making it collect up almost equivalent to 4. If my shorthand math is correct, which a point collects out at 0.9. Sipahi falling on back. Of course, I don't get the improved carrying capacity, so I will usually equate them better than deer. Better source of food than even deer. So, these barrier pushers are simply just in the way, but don't cost any wood to invest, but English farms are already pretty cheap, and nonetheless. We're going to try and pursue these Sipahi. Another mill already being deployed on the field. May deploy the White Tower in the back line, just based on that positioning of all these farms, but that's just a guess at this moment. The head Imperial Army now going up. We've got Castle Age for the Ottoman player, which will allow him to produce some free siege weapons. It also means he gets his Castle Age earlier, so potentially we could see some relics being claimed. We do now have that mining camp going on down. Zogdog getting some bites there onto the Imam. We do now have the next age complete for the Ottoman player. The English player just needs more food to go to the next age, which the English do specialize in collecting food, that's for sure. I wonder what he's going to pull out. He does get out some palisade walls there, help protect his flanks. He could go for some more walls over here. There's actually 2 gold deposits over here. Oh, maybe the White Tower could be useful over here. If you take a look at the map resource placement there's a lot of stone and gold in that region. And also even the King's Palace being more than enough to protect that area over there as well. The White Tower may be a little bit overkill for that region. We look at the map resource there. The English has a large number of resources here. Of 2 small gold, 1 large stone, 1 small stone, and the boar. But he's probably not going to go for the boar. While the Ottoman player does have a good amount of gold and stone in this region as well, so he should expand over that region. Some of these forest puppers, which the forest puppers are actually pretty close to each other, with a large stone deposit here, so both of them have an equal amount of storage or resource there. We got the large wood deposits here, here, and here. Magenta has their 2 large wood deposits here, but this one's a bit farther out, so pulling the White Tower over here could be very useful. Oh, we got the White Tower going on up. It is going to be a very defensive position here to protect his food line. If he's going to put it right there to protect his food, it could have been better actually way back here, which may sound like a bad idea, but will really help keep his farms secure. Put it right there, put another farm here and here. Could keep the farm line secure. Is it overkill? Probably. But honestly, this placement here, not too fairly dissimilar. In fact, all 3 of his landmarks right there as well. Sipahi starting to receive some fire from these spearmen. 1 spearman goes down, 1 Sipahi goes down. Sipahi do cost 160, so they are expensive, but they are also cost no gold.
Ateşe maruz kaldım.
Imam not being bitten by the exotic doggo.
Evamir vücud eyle. Harekete intikal eyle. Gözün açık olsun. İleri.
Do not have a Zir now available. He's probably going for +1 military school.
Kılıçlarınızı çekin. İleri.
Knight deployed on the field. Oh, he already has a +1 military school. He probably will go for fast training then.
Oldu bilesin.
It's not uncommon to see the advanced training. There's fast training.
Harekete intikal eyle.
Stretch it, yo. We are scattered.
English collecting the rest of this gold deposit here. Has 800 gold remaining. Go for another mill. And more mills being put on the field. Now, this is going for a large number of spearmen. 1 Mangonel plot on field. Apply is free. And we've got another free one on the way. Multiple rugs being claimed up by Red. He has claimed 3. 1 picked up. Magenta's only picked up 1. So definitely may see 4 rugs from Ottomans. Supply advancing forward. Villagers now banding to the tower garrisons, including the town's extra town center, the primary town center, and the White Tower did get some shots there, but it's out of range. Spearman now being put on the field. It does have the increased Pierce Armor active there, so giving them all +1 Pierce Armor. Spearman advancing forward, and now we've got 1 of the Knights going on down. Knights push way forward. Knights and Spearman gets good damage there. 3 Mangonel gets a good hit there with Spearmen. Those 3 Mangonel are still close to massive, but lose more Spearman composition. Crossbows from this right now is a good item, because right now he's split up man-at-arms as well as the Lancers. So crossbow, Spearman, Knight seems like a good composition against opponent composition of Lancer, crossbow, man-at-arms.
Asakir, cenge.
Gold over here is now being claimed. Got some palisade walls going on up, or has gone on up.
İtaate
And
cevap.
also these 6 sites being captured on up as well.
Arade evamir intizar eyle.
Of course, the siege weapons do benefit from the Metra as well, so going for increased attack speed is incredibly powerful for the Mangonels.
İdrak olundu.
Do not have armor clad now being researched.
Silahı muhasara yok. Emrin nedir?
Second site now captured on up. Springald does get a volley there onto the council hall.
Encek ya.
And this game may have got the healing AoE effect for the Imams as well. I'm not sure what that first one was. Yes, it was. But it does provide an excellent amount of healing capabilities for these units.
Emrin olur.
Springald firing away. Does get a good hit there. 3 Mangonel does go down. Now his Spearmen can move forward with impunity. Or with less threats to their life. They're right now still just hardened Spearmen, not veteran Spearmen. Going for more man-at-arms as well. English man-arms, of course, very good, having +2/+2 armor. Of course, crossbows are still a good counter. Man-arms will hold them on in, and lance is still a good item versus them as well as mangonels.
Silahı muhasara hareket et.
He needs to make sure he gets enough crossbows out to deal with these lancers and man-at-arms. Excuse me. And he does have a good number of Sipahi as well, so I'm still a bit more pushed towards the spearmen. So there's another siege workshop now pulling on the field, which is pulling out some battering rams. All 3-6 sides captured by red, and one lancer does go down to the mangonel shot. You now have 2 battering rams deployed on out.
Beni bir vazifeye sevdi.
Ottoman force a little bit dancing around. Mangonels for the English may not be half bad in order to help engage these crossbows. Maybe just 1. 2 would probably be a good number as well. 3 is probably a little bit overkill. Of course, that is expensive request. Going for more longbowmen may be necessary as well. Right now, the English player doesn't have a whole lot of gold at the moment. This gold deposit is being claimed up now. Got a good number of barracks going on up. Veterans now trying to hit the town center. Springboks can pick out that mangonel there. Very, very important. Crossbows engaging. Man-arms pushing way forward. Supply to overrun one of the Springbolts. Springbolts not very important right now since they took out the primary threat. They'll just a bunch of torches trying to torch down this battering ram. There's like 1, 2 of the batteries have gone down. These villagers need to fall back to a bit too much damage. They're a little bit too exposed. Does have a superior number of villagers at the moment. Crossbows making their advances. Mostly crossbow versus crossbow. Man-at-arms hitting the Ottoman crossbows. Now got the Sipahi trying to hit these crossbows. Springbolts getting some hits there as well. And the Sipahi actually getting distracted by the Springbolts. I say those Springbolts when something he shouldn't be focusing on. He should be hitting those crossbows and longbows. Those pose a bigger threat to his army. Mangonel now actually is the bottom field, so maybe it's a good idea to go for those Springbolts. Second town center has gone down. The White Tower and the primary town center could get some extra arrows as well. The White Tower does have higher damage output and does have 20 garrisonal slots. Outpost going on up. The English army is not second too healthy at the moment. He is playing out some more man-at-arms. Plenty of food and gold for man-at-arms. Man-at-arms are pretty cheap for gold. Household starting to go down. One sacred site will be going down. Not sacred site, landmark. There's the other 2. And there's a good number of battering rams for that. He does have a Springbolt in 2. The Springbolt need to start hitting those battering rams, start picking them off. Maybe try to find a quick snipe on the mangonel. Then find a good snipe there on the mangonel. Lancers and reinforcement Sipahi advancing forward. Spearmen now advancing forward as well. He does have veteran spearmen. More horsemen being put on the field as well. Very good. Town center seeing a bit of damage there. We've got 3 Springbolts in this region. Meteor does go down right there. There's still a Pierce Armor Meteor right there. It's being focused down. It looks like 1 Meteor remains. It does have attack speed activated. Batteries are not cleaving its way forward. Just the White Tower remains, but getting interrupted by a lot of pathing issues because it's an urban environment. Just got a sheer number of battering rams applied for the Ottomans. The White Tower is still pretty healthy. The English player does still have plenty of population space, so losing this housing, I suppose if you take out all this housing, does actually pose a problem. The White Tower provides some excellent damage right here. Now, horsemen and spearmen advancing forward. He does have a mangonel on the build queue, but can no longer afford the population spacing there. Now losing too many houses, though he does have plenty of wood for housing. And maybe a whole bunch of housing being built somewhere as a soul of wood just dropped. Springald in melee range of the battering ram. Red's army is starting to be disintegrated. He has mostly just crossbows as more supply on the build queue. So spearmen and horsemen would be good items for the English player, but he simply doesn't have population space at the moment. Farms getting destroyed as well. Of course, they are replaceable, especially for the English. Supply push way forward, seeing a bit of damage. They've got a Springald fortified outpost here. Mangonel does pick up that battering ram. Another Mangonel over here, but of course the English has a good number of Springalds to take it out. They just need to take time to regroup. Battering ram's trying to hit this lumber camp. Just handing a couple of horsemen over there, just probably more than plenty to deal with it. The lumber camp will go down. He does have lumber over here. Crossbows and Mangonel gains some hits there on the lumber. Nope, he can't get that wood deposit there. So right now he's running low on wood, as well as gold. May just want to throw these solutions gold and get out anything. English player just needs to hit this army over here. Just cave a couple of horsemen hit these battering rams. Because battering rams do pose a threat. Some trees over here from some plane. Those not pushing way forward. Maybe just want to quickly torch down those battering rams. I suppose there's no villages on this side of the map. Nothing really poses a threat, so he can see that area alone for the time being. Focus on the battering rams. We've got 2 Mangonels now pulled up by the English. It's eyeing for more horsemen, more man-at-arms. Very good. Climb up this wood now. He does not have any gold income, barring 1 relic. The English took some hits, that's for sure. But he's not out of the game just yet. He actually is out of wood to repair his primary town center, and right now, he does still have 1 town center to produce in. Really large amount. He may have a macro for that. And the Ottoman player has pulled ahead in village count. The Ottomans killed 43 villagers. The English only killed 3 villagers. And there's a Seagate Castle going on up right here. Which is a unique... It is a keep. And it has an aura benefit that keeps... provides aura to give +8 armor to traders and trade ships, and it will increase movement speed by 30%. Which in this case is not going to be super useful, but it can come handy later on. Battering ram there does go down. Oh, I just realized something. How close to us was that Sacred Site victory? Now got Imperial Age of the Ottomans. English has plenty of food and has a good reserve of wood. This sounds like it may just want to be repaired on up because I always use more villagers. Villager, speaking of which, is shooting at Imam. So this forward siege workshop's going to go down. I do got the Berkshire Castle being put on the field. As much as I want to say I want to see the Vinegard Palace, the Berkshire Castle is very good for defense. I'm not sure where though. Oh, it's being employed very defensively. Though granted it's really good range, it will provide some good fire support. He does also have good keeps, so, and I don't think he actually has a siege workshop deployed in the field, so he's been using the keeps as a siege workshop, which is very good. The Berkshire Castle will be complete. Does have a bit of gold to play around with upgrades as well. Probably do fall back. Let's see, any more Vizier available? Probably max on Vizier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. It doesn't get Anatolian Hills nor the trade bags. One supply does go down there. We'll take out the rest. Oh, I just realized something as well. I didn't see all these English horsemen advancing south. Does pin a lot of villagers down. And he will go from 3 village kills to 13, so we just killed 10 villagers right there. Very good. Got a good number of elite crossbows. which are not going to be useful, but Janissaries, elite Janissaries will be very useful since they get bonus damage versus cavalry. Do plus 20 bonus damage versus cavalry. And with their upgrades as well, they can get like up to like 50 damage per shot against cavalry. And their attack speed's already yearly high, improved by meta to increase their attack speed even more. I suppose technically diminish returns, but still. Fast attack speed affects slower attacking units better than faster attacking units. Let's just say that. Now the wall's going on up, but Magenta will break on through, but the walls will go on up. Spearman now advancing down south, who does want the Seagate Castle there. Does not have the Great Bombard in placement just yet. Horseman does get one village there. More villages getting hit. Sipahi trying to intercept. And that is a massive siege fort. There's 2 Great Bombards there and 3 Mangonels. English does have 4 Spring Gulls. Do they have increased range? Not sure what the Spring Gulls are currently at. No, they do not have increased range. So the Great Bombards have what, 11 range? And they do no bonus damage to siege, but do have 190 base damage. That's a lot of dead villagers. And now Magenta's going to be torching down some farms there. Both sides have lost a massive number of villagers. Red's killed off 63 villagers. Red is killed. Magenta's killed off 39. 91 to 98 now. 97. So it's getting very similar. Spear Brace is there. Magenta does have a couple of Mangonels here to help him out. We do have network citadels being researched. The elite Sipahi are seeing quite a bit of damage from the White Tower and from the Berkshire Castle. Does fall back there. Spearmen are trying to pursue these villages as well. They're trying to claim this gold mine. Spearman finds a keep there as well. Both sides losing a massive number of villagers. Berkshire Castle gains some good damage there. Maybe. I suppose the White Tower was useful in that early defense, but right here now, that White Tower being right there could have been very good. Mangonel does go overrun. Janissaries crossbows getting some good hits there. Spring Gulls trying to engage the Great Bombards. One Great Bombard does go down. Great Bombards are incredibly expensive. 1,350 resources. This Mangonel is having trouble moving around. The other Mangonel does get some great shots down the Janissaries. Sipahi advancing forward. Magenta's trying to build more forts. Sipahi advancing forward. They will take up that Mangonel. Of course, the network citadels or castles will increase the attack speed of these Mangonels. Those Sipahi do go down, so do the Mangonels. No more Mangonels remain for the English, but the Ottomans lost all their siege weapons as well, so overall, I think the English player should be able to hold because we're nearby Berkshire Castle. More horsemen pushing forward, Spearmen advancing forward as well. Villager count is 89 to 89, so it's very same. Not similar, but the same. Not similar. Spearmen advancing forward, gets a good hit down the Sipahi. Mangonel gains some shots here. Mangonel will go down. Got a crossman there trying to deal with those farms. Sipahi being pursued by the horsemen.
The commander is clear.
Crossbow will go down as well. Good number of horsemen spearmen here. The Sipahi will have trouble. Sipahi do have 4 inherent pierce armor, same with horsemen, so they have 7 pierce armor each. In other words, range attacks won't do much. Crossbows will go down. Sipahi trying to find another opportunity to move around. They have increased attack speed thanks to the nearby Metter. And there is a breach here now, which the Sipahi looks like they may be able to exploit. Nope, he will not realize he can actually enter through there. There's some spearmen as well as some man-arms here. Elite man-arms. They need a bit more hack armor as well. That's on the way, as well as hack damage. The supply advancing forward. They will go through a gauntlet of fire. Berkshire Castle should be soon in range. Legend's force down here. Spearmen, horsemen. The spearmen are going to be very useful versus the elite spotty, that's for sure. Now we've got these elite spotty trying to advance on forward. I think the farms. The horsemen there should be able to deal with them. Got Janissaries now engaged, able to rip apart the horsemen, and they will do good work versus the spearmen. They will have a bit of trouble going through the higher armor of the man-at-arms. They have 10 pierce armor. And the Janissaries do 20 damage, they do 8 damage per hit, so still pretty actually good. Metro will go down. We'll find a English battering ram there. And all those forces will go down. And looks like Magenta's force will go down as well. There's still quite a bit of gold over here, untouched. And there's also gold over here as well. You have the college research though. The English does have some good gold generation. Some units inside these garrisons, not sure what though.
Good worker done.
Can I see what's inside the garrison? Switch over the player. Oh, whatever it was is now outside the garrison. So we got some sacred sites captured up by the Ottomans play as well, getting some extra gold income. We also got a line of stone walls here for the English for some odd reason. He could put his longbowmen and crossbows on there to receive increased range, receive reduced range damage.
O haliyle.
Ateşe maruz kaldım. Benim için kıymetli bir galibiyet. Taarruza maruz kaldık.
Looks like Spahi finds these villagers reflecting a small wood deposit. And it looks like Magenta's trying to capture that point. Spahi advancing forward. They will find this opening now. And right there, apparently.
Burayı terk edin.
Got some English battering rams here. He may want to leave some of these walls so these forces can get around. He may want also not have these guys move in formation with these battering rams. Magenta's now trying to collect up some of this stone. So got red, sizable red force here. It does have a great bombard there. All 6 sites now captured by red, but I think there's still some spearmen over here. Nope, they've been retasked off. Horsemen trying to hit the Ottoman villagers. Ottoman player has a slight villager advantage. Supply trying to hit some of these villagers as well. Of course, we have the Berkshire Castle for defense, and the White Tower should soon be in range as well. No, neither of them has been upgraded with Spring Gold nor Bombard, which could be useful. Spear brace there. We'll be able to get a bit of damage there onto the Elite Sipahi.
Eslihanız doğrultun. İleri. Emrin aşikardır.
Spear brace there. Let's get a bit of damage on the Sipahi. Janissaries pushing forward, able to get some good damage there on these forces, as well as the Knight. Forcing to make an advance. We'll try to overrun the Great Bombard. Great Bombard looks like Great Bombard will go down. Janissaries will rip apart those horsemen and the spearmen as well. Janissaries of course pretty heavy in gold. The English player is going to pull out his own hand cannoneers. They're 120, 120. Janissaries are 60, 100, so they're cheaper. But you get outranged by the hand cannoneers of the English, since they have 4 range of 3.5. Additionally, they do have higher base damage versus the Janissaries as well. Mariners trying to make their way forward. Horsemen trying to overrun the Zapahi. Great Bombard has been firing away. Janissary's in good position.
İstikamet ileri. Ehtiyat hasıl olan. Hazine gideriz. Teçhizat tez vakit ilerleme.
Great Bombard's gonna get overran. Janissary's getting some great damage there. Able to kill most of these forces. Still got some spear in here, and the English player does back the game as well, losing that fight. As Andgrade saying, thank you for watching, and on to next replay. And before I start the next replay, I do need to make a quick Russian break. Please give me one moment. Sorry about that. I'm back. Let's see now. A little bit down the list, wasn't it? It was that one. 20 minutes. We do this one, 23 minutes. And there's a lot of good replays here, so let's just do them all. Greetings everyone, and Great here with another Age of Empires 4 replay. Spawn on the top left side as the Yellow Ottomans, we have Loser. Spawn on the bottom left side as the Holy Roman Empire, we have Liquid Demu. And this map is of course a little bit different because we do have some fishies here. We do have one villager being sent over here, two villagers over here, and this villager does receive some nips from an exotic doggo, so that is very important. A scout may be needed to protect this villager. This villager may be iron. Yep, goes for barracks. Iron perhaps for a spearman aggression. We do not see a academy being put on a field. There we go. Now it's iron for the dock here. I probably would have put it a little bit closer to the shore of fishies, just so it's a better collection rate. Now you got some spearmen put on a field. While this is going on, let's talk about economic benefits. The Holy Roman Empire player does have a good economic benefit with involving the prelate for giving 40% increased collection rate for these villagers. Additionally, to go along with that, they can also carry 40% more resources, so they can collect faster and require the drop off less faster as well, giving excellent food or excellent resource collection. The Ottomans don't take time to collect resources faster; they just get them straight free military units. I hear multiple beacons there. We do have a spearman trying to torch on these walls. He does pull out some walls nice and early. He does get an outpost here as well. Should be able to protect himself from the spearmen. Of course, if you pull out enough spearmen, you can easily overwhelm the outposts in Dark Age. And I heard some beacon down here. I think just the scout receiving some town center arrows. I was going to fire some arrows there to hit the spearmen. Of course, with the walls in the way, it'll be hard for the spearman to actually break on through. He is still in range. He will be in range, so you may want to go ahead and start. Maybe just keep one village inside the tower. Right now, it's probably a good idea for either side to go for a faster feudal age in order to get out their arrow ships quicker to kill off his opponent's fishing ships. And this tower is a little bit close to the shoreline, so a fire ship could kind of splash both these things down. So that could be a possibility as well. More arrows or torches raining on in. And the spearman will likely go down shortly. In this situation, we may actually see the Ottomans' other initial landmark. It's a place where you can garrison traders to get some gold generation, since this map is more based around you can get some extra food through the fishing ships. And it looks like neither sides. Looks like the Holy Roman Empire player is not going to get gold at the moment. The Ottoman player is collecting some gold now. He's eyeing gold for the next age relatively soon. Now he's going for the twin Minaris. This will also allow the Ottoman player to get on an archer ship to rule the seas. A good number of spearmen being put on the field. The orange player is going for another dock here. And if he doesn't build too many... Oh, he's eyeing for a landing party. That's actually very smart. Though he will not stop out any arrow ships from coming on out, and a quick fire ship can blow up all those spearmen as well. And now got the spearmen now pushing forward. 9 spearmen more than plenty to take on this outpost. So we're going to see a transport ship being used in Dark Age successfully and aggressively. And there we go. It should keep the transport ship in the area to draw more fire. You now have a hero ship being blown on the field. He may want to go for a fire ship instead. It's faster booting and can quickly blow up all the spearmen. The Roman Empire player still needs to get some more gold. It will take time to put some stabs in those villagers. And there goes the outpost there, able to take out both these villagers. Now got this arrow ship here, able to find some shore bombardment. The dock should be secure. He can actually, probably a good idea to eat some torches there away from the stock in order so he doesn't get the state of it being burnt down. Because he doesn't have the villagers nearby. Arcan Chapel now being deployed on field. And we deployed in a spot. He probably could have deployed it more towards the wood line there so he gets good gold and wood collection. Maybe some force puppers as well, because he's knows his opponent has an airship in the field. Do have now a spring gold ship in the field. He knows he's going to lose the sea. Another transport ship trying to bring us a couple more spearmen. That's not going to be useful. It's not looking good for the Holy Roman Empire play at the moment. Archer ships getting some great damage there on these fishing ships. Now I've got some Ottoman archers being deployed on the field, eyeing to harass his opponent. Aachen Chapel still not yet complete. Arrow slits are cheaper. He is going for a spring gold ship. He does have 2 docks, going for arrow ship and spring gold ship. The transport ship drawing some fire is actually very important. Let's bring these ships, fishing ships back to the shorefish. This is a spring gold ship. Arrow ship will be deployed out soon. Archer galley now pulling field. Looks like the arrow ship's gonna focus down first. Starting to repair it up now. Got another spring gold ship. Starting to repair up this archer ship now as well. Fire ship does connect. Takes out the spring gold ship. Very good. Spring gold ship engaging spring gold ship. Archer ship. Makes good damage there. Orange fishing ships are trying to put some swordfish there. The orange fishing ships need to fall back. They're taking a bit too much damage there. Just stick to the shorefish if you can't have the deep sea fish secured. Good damage there. Now this side's going for archer arrows. In my opinion, arrow ships with the archer arrows is better than spring gold ships. Per unit resource consumed, do have a higher DPS. He's just relying on around the docks to get some more healing. He is getting out another Springald ship. Very good. He has plenty of food at the moment. He could go for some feudal age man-at-arms to rush his opponent. The Ottoman player is deploying on military school. Maybe good idea to deploy them out and just keep the units passively generated for defense. And so he can focus solely on the navy. Fire ship does connect there, taking out Orange's Springald ship there. These fishing boats need to advance back off the sea. His airship does go down as well. Got another airship on the build queue, but won't do much. Now got a Springald ship being deployed on as well. And now it looks like Yellow's out of wood. He's still on the fishing ships there. He knows his opponent's out of wood, so maybe they're able to focus on these ships. Arrow ship does take out the fire ship there. And thanks to nearby docks, gets some good healing there, but there's two Springald ships. Another fire ship, multiple fire ships in the field. This one, they're going to connect. One connects, good. Both of those Springald ships now down. He knows Yellow's low on wood. Ottoman archers pushing forward. He can just fall back to this far side to get some resource collection. He does have some defensive horsemen. Looks like got another ship there. Looks like Yellow's losing the sea. And looks like he didn't actually get there we go. Dusk inside there now. Arrow ships, let's see a bit of fire. Got a fire ship as well being pulled on now. He's manned the sails. I think he used that man the sails there. Does avoid the damage. Going for a Springald ship. He does have 3 arrow ships to back him up as well. So I think Orange managed to pull out a win out at sea. Even though Yellow had a massive age advantage, he just simply didn't capitalize sinking these ships. Maybe he should have gone for more arrow ships than Springald ships to hit his opponent's fishing ships better early on. This Springald ship is just being sent in to die. Does retard towards his wounded arrow ship. Does take him out. And soon this dock that was already previously damaged will be set ablaze. And he has lost the sea. Got the military schools going on up. Going for, I don't think it's retarded, passed off a spearman. Ottoman player doesn't have a whole lot of resources at the moment. The Holy Empire player does have a good amount of resources. Thanks to the Aachen Chapel, he is able to get some excellent resource collection rate in this region, especially the gold right now. Looks like the Holy Empire player may be eyeing for a castaway relatively soon and maybe try to grab the relics. Horsemen are advancing forward, getting some good damage here. The villagers trying to stand and fight. Looks like the Orange Horsemen will be forcing back. Got 6 civilian kills versus 7 civilian kills. Very similar. Of course, the Ottoman has lost in the sea. Orange has a good number of fishing ships on the field. He may want to spread out his fishing ships, get at least 3 tasks on this far one. And 10 on these deep sea fish is probably all he needs, so he doesn't overfish and maintain a good supply of fish. He could deploy some additional fishing ships to go for the shore fish. There's a lot of shore fish in this map, but quite a bit of it got destroyed, so. Any additional fishing ships, I would recommend putting shore fish, because you don't want to overfish or else. Because right now you can see here, this one's not being touched, so it's not being replenished. It's a good idea to send 3 of them here. I'll say 3, 3, and 3. Don't go more. 9 would be a good number on this map, I would say. And then you can pull out 3 fishing ships along the shore fish and collect those up, and you get 12 fishing boats, just constantly providing a good source of fish the entire game. And make sure you have these fish boats back at combat ships and a patrol move to protect the shoreline. Just make sure you keep the Springald ship healed up as well. If any ships wounded, just send them to the docks to get healed up. Berenice Cathedral now deployed on the field. Got a sizable Ottoman force on the ground. There are knights being queued on up. He doesn't have any other units on the field at the moment. Not common that you see the Menwerk Palace, not Menwerk Palace, the Volgrav Palace deployed on this map here, so they can quickly transition to ground forces if they win the sea, or they can fight the ground war. After all, it does act as 4 or 5 barracks. Metro being focused down there, very good. Now just leaving the archers. Good number of lancers or knights out on the field. The orange has lost a good number of villagers. This is what's going to keep the Ottoman player in the game.
Sipahi hazır.
Okçular çekin. Okçu ileri. Okçu hazır olur.
Kaçın yürekliler.
Yellow's force does go down. Yellow does not have much force in the field. Military schools are actually a mix of spearmen and Sipahi. Spearman in this case, he knows his opponent's going for knights, so going for a spearman is a good item. Zalak Doggo will be put down. And now we do have too many fishing boats at sea. He's going to be overfishing this area really soon. As I mentioned, there already been quite a bit of fish picked up by his opponent as well. War Vizier is not being brought on in. I'm not sure what he has so far collected. Anatolian Hills, more military school, and some emergency Janissaries. I think went for the Janissaries just simply to gun down these knights. He's still in feudal age as well. He's not in castle age. So Janissaries right now will be very useful to protect himself versus these knights. After all, they do good bonus damage and they are a castle age unit.
Düşmana mukabil hazırım. Azimet gidelim.
Zalak Doggo does get shot up. Local outpost being pulled out here. Only 8 villagers, not 10. After all, 8 is a good number for the deer, so they don't overstack. And now the knights will find these villagers. He does lose a good number of those villagers there. Does lose 4 of them. And yellows or orange now clean up a good number of relics as well. One's plain, 2 picked up. And spearing in small numbers with these knights are not going to do all too well. Yellow's not base 4. He's going to try to push forward with battering rams and win the game now. He won't be able to win a prolonged game. And now we've got some Landsknechts to put on the field. Landsknechts are like melee, and they do good AoE damage as well. They should be very effective versus spearmen, as well as decently well versus Sipahi. Imam does go down there. Villagers are overstocked right there. Decided to just cast rest them onto the berries. Landsknecht receiving a bit of fire there. Yellow's Lancers not going to try crack open these outposts, or knights, not lancers. Sipahi advance forward trying to get these villagers. Battering ram getting some good damage out of the Rignings Cathedral. Got the knights now trying to hit the battering ram. He needs to keep that battering ram alive after all. It is very critical in his push. He has a bit of wood to work with as well. Right now the Ottoman player doesn't have any gold being collected on up, so he maybe not eyeing the advance next age whatsoever. Trying to stop these forces now. Got a couple spearmen there, and Sipahi does connect as well. Got the gold there being hit as well. Mercy repair on the Rignings Cathedral. This one does have archers in the field, so they will do bonus damage versus these Landsknechts. Landsknechts are light melee. Lancers push right forward. A number of Orange's villagers have gone down. Orange is actually behind the villager count. Landsknecht does go down. Bears will go down shortly as well. Orange is eyeing for a counterattack. He does have these 2 landmarks still here, so the Rignings Cathedral, and it's going to hurt losing it, that's for sure. Relic will be popped out. His opponent can't capture it since he's not in Castle Age. Lancers push right forward, has some Landsknechts to mix on in. Does not get any spear braces there. Imperialist force will be cleaned on up.
Agresif olun. Amaçlar
Starting to lose some of this housing here. The Holy Room Empire player does have some more room for housing. Has 2 batter rams. These Janissaries do have repair ability. They should perhaps use a repair ability on the battering ram. They can repair up siege weapons. Now we've got some of Yellow's villagers sort of going down. And the number of villagers currently idle inside the town center. Town center's damage is right now 7 damage per arrow. So these knights have 5 pierce, so I'm going to take 2 damage per arrow, not a lot. Rush down some more of those villagers. Yellow's still clean through. Battering rams may want to go for Akin Chapel and then for the town center. He may be able to squeeze out victory right now. Both sides have similar civilian worker count. Villagers trying to band against the town center. That's what does hit Garrison. And he does have extra emergency repairs at the moment. And looks like Orange's force up here does get cleaned on up. Veterans do find more random structures. Orange's advance does falter. Right now, Orange has an X amount of food and has some wood. So maybe going for some horsemen would be reasonable. The Ottoman player does have only a little bit too much wood at the moment. Needs more food collection. He's starting to collect some of these berries now. Can't claim the board. And this battering does see some damage there. Janissaries find a couple hits. He also now eyeing for some forest puppers. These ones, of course, were interrupted. Now, this is why Ottoman plays going for heavy and battering rams. He's going to do a massive siege push. The Holy Roman Empire player has plenty of food, needs more gold, does have good towers over here, but the problem is, this is just 2 landmarks. If he loses landmarks, it's game over. These towers in this region are not going to be his target. He's not going to try to hit the villagers. He's going to go for the win. Akin Chapel's also not currently garrisoned. Squadron archers advancing, or a spear advancing forward, and they will hit the lancers or knights, getting all the names mixed up. 1 knight does go down, the other 2 knights need to fall back. And look at that, these fish deposits have already been completely consumed. He needs to take half his fishing boats and just put them on the shore fish. I believe that everybody overfishes. Don't go for a large number of fish, just go for an adequate amount. It's a good supplementary income, not a full replacement for your food income. If it's a full naval map, yeah, just go crazy with fishing ships. Got mass battering push way forward. He's going, yeah, skip the stable, send these batteries to the primary town center, and send some to the Akin Chapel. If you're having trouble movement, split them up. This is enough battery rams to win him the game right now. Throwing torch down this one as well. He doesn't have to win back there. Then I got mercy repairs activated. These villagers needs to torch down these battering rams. They can't be repairing up the town center. Repairing the town center right now is a horrible idea. I think yellow won. Akin Chapel will go down. There's still another effect of these battering rams. And with this landmark going down, he will lose. And that's game. Is Anagrade saying thank you for watching, and on to the next replay. Oh, he has some more replays we can grab, so let's do them. See, that was Golden Heights. Yes, yes. The one after it was 30 minutes, so let's do this one. Greetings everyone, and Grade here for another H-Fires 4 replay. Spawn on top right side as the Cyan Absid Dynasty, we have a foreign name. Spawn on bottom left side as the Blue Chinese, we have Liquid Dimu. Let's see now, economic benefits. Oh yeah, I've been forgetting to do this entire day. People to see the village accounts in the early game. There they are. Hit the right button? No. For economic benefits. The Absid Dynasty has some of the most powerful economic benefits. The Golden Age Tier 1, giving plus 50% collection rate for all resources after building 10 structures. That is incredibly powerful because it affects all resources, including the various huntables on the map, as well as the improved berry bushes. Of course, they can't collect up the boar. The Chinese do have the Imperial Official will increase the drop-off rate of select target economic buildings, which will, of course, provide a nice little bit of resource bump, as well as a bit of taxable income. You now have the military wing going on up, which will allow him to get out some handful of free units. When it comes to unique units in the Feudal Age, Absid Dynasty can pull out Camel Archers, which will, of course, be a mounted archer, good if this is a light melee range, or light melee, which is not going to be very useful in this, they're expensive, generally not worth it, and they don't have really good range as well. They have 3.75 range, something really small and pathetic. And his opponent will have access to the Zunchnu, a unit has good versus lightly pierced armored units, such as Camel Archers. And they have 4.5 range rather than just 3.75 range. He's got the small military force on point of view, eyeing for a bit of harassment and aggression. He has gone for the Imperial Academy, which of course allowed him to pull out Imperial officials from over here, and not rely on the town center production queue for it. With this age now researched, he does have access to boot camp, increase the health of his units. Bardic from the sun now being put on the field, which help him protect his gold and this wood deposit. I probably would have moved it a little bit closer to the gold deposit, but nonetheless. Archers and spearmen will throw some torches there onto the mining camp. Probably doesn't see the Bardic from the Sun just yet. Bardic from the Sun now complete. Now he does have his Song Dynasty, which does also make his villagers can be produced at 15 seconds rather than 20. So now the Chinese player will pull ahead in village account. His opponent does have fresh food stuff now researched, which also makes his villagers cheaper. Now decides building any more additional military units, so let's go and fast forward a little bit as we can watch this harassment force move around. The Imperial Palace Academy also acts as a taxable income drop-off point, very useful, as well as improve the tax collection rate of nearby structures. Those losing a hand receiving a bit of damage there. He's eyeing for an archer range himself. He may be eyeing for archers. He could be eyeing for Zunchnu's. He is eyeing for some Zunchnu's. Zouge? I never really know how to pronounce a lot of these names. I'm always horrible pronouncing any sort of name. So if you think my pronunciation correct, you are probably incorrect. Spearman archers falling back as Doggo gains some fights. Which honestly, if the Chinese player would have pursued him, he could have got a couple free volleys off with a Doggo drawing some fire. This small force is not falling back. He is eyeing for some stables. Now there's Golden Age Tier 1 now, gaining increased collection rate for all of his units. Does collect a bit of stone there. And now it's taking time to herd all these sheep towards, not sheep, forest puppers, deer, into the town center, and he's doing a great job with that. Though he does go and stab a couple of them a little bit too early. This one goes pretty far away. And he does go ahead and put all those forest puppers next to his town center for better collection rate. Exotic Doggo does go down. These forest puppers are going to be claimed by a third town center right now, and his opponent is going for a town center over here as well. So soon it's going to be 2.5 town center versus 3. So both sides eyeing for good eco play. Blue Barrel now being researched by the Chinese player. And all those deer do go down as well, just leaving this one remaining. Exotic Doggo does get some bites there. Now all this food is very available for the Abbasid players, going for his hunting survival techniques as well. Scouting around, we'll spot the archery range and barracks there. Does have one stable archery range and barracks, so a little bit of everything. Gold's being collected up rapidly now, so what's the Chinese player maybe either age up? Economic ring is now being researched. It does of course allow him access to a couple of research, the Fertile Crescent and the agriculture, to get improved gathering rate for his farms, really stacking up those economic benefits. Abbasid has some of the most powerful economic benefits in the entire game. When it's fully maxed out, in comparison to the English, which has really good farms, this one, at this age, agriculture will make his farms equal to the even English farms, though be a little bit more expensive after Fertile Crescent. And if he ever gets out his Golden Age Tier 3, he has some of the best farm collection rate along with the improved processing. As well as even cheaper traders, better possible traders, among everything. Astronomical clock tower now being built. Abbasid players tend to go for a large number of archers utilizing the composite bow as an increased attack speed. So the astronomical clock tower blowing out some astronomical nest of bees could be very useful. So the Abbasid do have another advantage of having improved engineers able to pull out mangonels with the infantry as well as spring golds without the aid of any research. We do now have, of course, we got a massive number of barracks here, 6 of them. He is eyeing for Mass Palace Guard. When it comes to Castaway's unique units, this one does have access to Camel Riders, as well as the Gilam. The Gilam is a man-arms variant that does good damage versus low hack armor units. And the Palace Guard moves faster, but have less 1/1 less armor. Of course, our speed is very helpful. We got many Gilams now being deployed on the field. Palace Guard now being deployed on out. Scout here throwing some torches on in. Siege dudes will not be very useful for this Gilan through the high pierce armor. But good not to build out any more. He sees the Gilans from the field, so going for crossbows won't be half bad. He does hit these veteran archers now in the field. They maybe eyeing some positive bows to go along with them. Palace Guard push way forward. Gilans now getting overwhelmed in numbers. It looks like these Palace Guards will stay alive. Took a bit of damage there. Elon's making their advance. position is of course being picked on off. Palace Guards just going on to sprint towards his opponent's villagers. They do move pretty quick. Do have another Lancer upon field. Palace Guard is not exactly a great counter to the Lancer. Does hit some more of these archers, so Palace Guard will be useful versus them. Now Palace Guard hitting these villagers as well.
我会执行您的命令，向胜利进军。
As a comparison, does move at 1.62 tiles per second, while Palace Guard do move at 1.38, so only slightly slower.
我在服从您的命令。
Elon's now hitting the Palace Guards, and vice versa. Palace Guards falling them back. We're seeing a bit of damage from the archers. These archers right now do 8 damage, can go up to 9 damage, and as well as composite bowmen. Palace Guards right now have 5 pierced armor, so they will do damage versus Palace Guard, but nothing too significant though. And that monk does get stabbed by those spearmen.
重骑兵，我们去发流。我已启动服从命令。
And now got these Palace Guards being chased away by the Lancer and by the Gilams.
向胜利进军。
إنهم يطلقون علينا.
Down south, we got this monk being intercepted once again. Able to take out, well, you will be taking out these forces now. The monk will need to be rebuilt. Right now, Science picked up 1 and has 1 claimed. Blue has picked up 1 relic as well. Some of these villagers have gone down. These men are just being pursued by the Gilams.
حسناً ما المطلوب؟
Palace Guards push way forward, trying ready to engage this force over here. A lot of exposed villagers. He knows there's a lot of villagers to reach it. That's why he's heavily pushing there. Does get Golden Age Tier 2 now, which allows him to get faster research speed. Got the berries most being claimed over here. Looks like the Absent players are running out of resources. Just has a small berry deposit over here, but nothing too significant.
嗅到空气，危险！
Palace Guards now push down south, trying to engage these forces.
前往目的地，步兵。
Blue's trying to, Science trying to accept these Palace Guards. Palace Guards will find these villagers. They will get some good damage onto these villagers. Crossbows will be taken out. Gilams engage with Palace Guards. The Palace Guards will take out those Gilams there. Got these Palace Guards pursuing these villagers and Gilams. It does find some more villagers who will be taking them out. As well, this opponent does have additional towns in the compared to him, so killing all these villagers are very important. But it's more like only additional half-town center. The effects are actually quite minimal. And so he's killed off 23 villagers opponent. Got now these Palace Guards now hitting more villagers over here.
أنا مستعد للدماء والمعركة.
I never really know exactly what that quick strike does. I know Gilams do hit faster, but the second strike, I've been trying to look at it. It doesn't seem like it does any additional damage with any animation. Maybe it just says for the increased faster attack speed. That's what it really says.
ينبغي لهذا أن يظل حتى بعد مماتي. انتبهوا جميعا.
نحن نتعرض لقصف شديد. أطوف إلى الخدمة.
Palace Guards are falling back. Got a line of palisade walls already over here, as well as an outpost for spotting reef purposes. Another outpost going on up. Now got the Absent player eyeing for Phalanx, which I'm not sure what he's going for at the moment. His one's not really pulling out any spearmen. Got a big line of stone walls being plotted over here. There's no breach over here, so that area is nice and secure. Palace Guard now being pursued by these Gilams and archers. Palace Guard and Gilams now engaging. The Lancer in the mix as well. Looks like the Lancer will go down first. Over here, do now the good number of villagers advancing on forward, trying to claim the stone mine. Looks like the Chinese players eyeing for heavy defense. and
做
offense.
建造别地的建筑。
Second site does go down there. More granaries going on up, which will provide him some good food quality.
أرسلني إلى عمل آخر. حسنا.
This Eon may go down. Tower goes down. Now gotta keep going on up for blue as well. He could eye for some stone walls here. Go for the landmark, the Great Gatehouse. Imam does go down. Both sides claim up 2 relics, so the last remaining relic. Blue will pick it up. Do we see pagodas? Probably don't see pagodas at the moment. Elon to find the backline there. Palace Guard respawning. And Clock Tower Nest of Bees, so we get some damage in as well. Villagers eyeing for a bit of lumber here. That wood deposit's not been claimed. This one's mostly been claimed as well. And there's quite a bit of taxes on the inside. Both these lumber camps have plenty of taxes to be collected. Palace Guard's now trying to pursue this force, which will hold back blue. We, of course, have the keep now pulling field, supported by a pair of Clock Tower Nest of Bees. Got these archers pushing forward, and it looks like blue Sign did kill quite a bit of villagers. Not sure exactly where though. The village goes down, some more of these villages going down. Got the Palace Guards completely engaged. This force now heading down south after dealing with that other force. Let's get a bit damage down the Gilons. Fortified outpost, so spring armor replacement being hit by the keep. So we've got multiple keeps now on the front line for blue. Got a bit of gold over here, which will be denied. Blue won't be able to secure it up, but we'll at least deny for Cyan. Some good gold deposits down here, as well as some stone. Looks like Cyan did not get that safe reserve resource on this corner of the map. And does have some gold deposit within the Sphere of Influence, but this keep can deny that gold deposit. This gold deposit still can be claimed. And could go for stone, and Cyan is patrolling this force down here. There's a lot of resources for either side of the plane. Blue is also doing a good job cleaning up all the stone on the map, which could let him get out some more keeps, say down here. But keep what he has claimed. Now, you got the Imperial Palace going on up. That is the other Castle Age landmark, so he's eyeing for another dynasty increase, which does give him Yuan dynasty, which should allow him to pull out some Fire Lance if he so chooses, if I remember correctly. Elam's getting good hits there on these villagers, does get a good number of kills. So that does even out the village kills. Blue is now behind Cyan. Has the Yuan dynasty. As we before, he can now go for Fire Lancers, which could be very useful in this point in time. I don't really see Castle Age Fire Lancers all too often. We got Pagoda's. Pagoda's not going up. He's going to either get 3 Pagodas. Which also net him some good amount of stone income. Pagodas will provide 50 gold, 25 food, wood, and stone. Bowman getting some good damage there. Elon's not being pursued. And right now, this green line has been hit a bit far too often if he would probably want. He may want to get this area patched up so he doesn't get another incursion again. Bowman now being pursued by the Palace Guard. some good damage there. We do have now these battering rams pushing forward, trying to get some good damage on these keeps. And now blue is getting some massive stone wall fortification over here, but there's some more Gilams here, but does have a keep to run back to. Does spot these villagers. Some of these villagers will start to run down. Oh, takes out a free springboard there. Now Spirit Wave, which does allow him to age up. I forget what dynasty that would give him to. I know if he gets all the landmarks, he can get Ming Dynasty to get out Grenadiers, which could be useful versus all these man-at-arms. Does get a good number of villagers killed once again. These villagers need to get inside this keep. Not enough room for all of them. That's Imperial Palace, which is also a lighthouse, I would call it. Let's get the keep now garrison. These Gilams will have trouble versus this keep, that's for sure. Right now, Cyan does have a larger force in the field, as well as more villagers. He's also going to just let the keep fight that out. He wants to make sure this army in the center does not go around much. He is concerned about these battery rounds. Well, does get some hits on these villagers. And with taking out that keep, this one will have access to another gold deposit. Hasn't really touched. He has touched that one a little bit. Gilam's now falling back over there. There's still 2 untouched gold deposits here for blue. Imperial Palace is now seeing some fire there. We do now have the Palace Guard gain some good damage. Battering rams do destroy the keep, and now they're going to be able to make their way to the Imperial Palace. I call it a lighthouse because a spy a landmark with 2 style sight radius. The Palace will go down. Trade wing now being researched by the absent players, so both players will be in Peeler Age. We do not have elite armor tactics, elite Palace Guard, and the what's it called? I forget what the upgrade health battle hardened for the elite Palace Guard. The battering rams now seeing some fire here. It will go down shortly. And now I guess that's at Golden Age Tier 3 as well. So maybe I'm forbidden trade. This map is decent for trade. He does also have a good amount of palisade walls up for trade, but now the Palace Guard are going for the palisade walls. Abbasid, of course, is one of the best traders in the entire game. He does have access to extra resource drop-off, increased gold collection, plus 25%, plus 40%. Let's see. Yeah, plus 25%, plus 30%, so basically plus 55%, and the traders are cost 40-40, so they are 50% cheaper than the 60-60s everybody else is. So they're even better than even Mongols when it comes to trade. Crossbow see a bit of damage there. Palace Guards rip apart these villagers. These villagers are banded town center. They got the free traders there that does also learning what he's gone for. He couldn't tell what the trade wing looked like. Palace Guard up forward and rip apart these villagers. We got multiple villagers getting hit by Cyan. This is really, really bad for Cyan. He's having multiple groups of villagers going down. All these villagers go down. 6 are being decaptured. Villagers being run around. Villagers now being passed on, but getting hit by more of these elite Palace Guard. We got attack beacons everywhere. Outposts going down by Fire Lancers, which they do bonus damage to structures. Though the House Wisdom does also provide plus 5 firearm within units structures with its sphere and influence. But the Fire Lancers do have bonus torch damage. Those of these villagers are from the farm, not the one building stone walls there, and they will get overrun. Fire Lancers getting some great damage here, take them all out. These Palace Guards are now torching down the farms. More damage over here. Science lost almost all of it. He's down to 60 villagers. More of these stone walls trying to get overran. I do not know what happened. He just all of a sudden got attacked everywhere, and he's having trouble stabilizing. Go for some hand cannoneers. He could go for a good number of traders and ban the gold in the center of the map. But right now he doesn't have much gold. He has too much wood. He needs more food, which he has plenty of farms for that. Just simply lacking villagers on the farms themselves because they're hiding away from the palace guard. And Canneas not being overrun by the palace guard. And I mentioned his opponent had a tech advantage as well, getting elite arm tactics, battle hardened among those things for his palace guard before he advances to the next age. He's fighting against a very high quality palace guard. Got these fire lancers now getting hit by the horsemen. Six now being decaptured once again. Fire lancers able to overrun the keep and sign us back to the game as well. Just simply fell apart all at once. This is Grade saying thank you for watching, and on to next replay. And that's probably the last replay I can cast from him. I think I cast 4 in a row with him, so let's go on to another player. I also do need to use the restroom, so if you please give me one moment. Sorry about that. Start of the next player. Let's see now. Recognize this name. Hidden, so won't be able to see who he is. Last online 18 days ago, so that will probably be from the previous patch. Last online 10 days ago, so I may have already gone through his replays last week. Let's try this person here. And hidden, of course. Now I cast ones from the other perspective, so I have to be careful not to get it's like the same replay. Now we can do this one. A little bit short, but 21 minutes. Greetings everyone, and Grade here of another Age of Empires 4 replay. Spawn on top left side is the red English, we have Hung ADC. Spawn on bottom left side is the blue Ottomans, we have MYI Zerotun. Let's see now, this map does have some fish. The fish are spread out. Sometimes they're pretty tight, but this time they're a bit spread out. We got one village over here, and a scout here. Two villages over here. The Ottoman player is going to go for barracks over here to provide some pressure with spearmen. English players eyeing go straight for the dock to get out some fishing ships. Because after all, the English needs fish for their fishing ships. Even though at this point in age, potatoes are not discovered because it's something in the New World. It's amazing how a New World vegetable, the potato, became a bit more of an icon for a large number of European foods, such as the potato and the Russians, potato and the Irish, and the potatoes for the fish and chips for the English. We got a pair of spearmen now advancing forward. Oh yeah, many people like to see this little screen up there so you can see the resources. You need about 5 villagers on wood to maintain fishing ship production. It's generally a good idea to go a little bit extra. We got one village from gold, so he's eyeing for that tiny little bit of gold there for the age up. One is just plenty for the time being. And the English villagers, of course, have their archers or bows for the villagers, so he's able to defend his own walls. And oh, look at this! This entire region, there may or may not be a breach right there, so this may be no way to get around. So the English villagers could hold him off, at least not just repair up the walls as needed. Does go for an outpost here, but network of castles will provide some increased attack speed. Now I realize I'm going to try to go around, right? Well, let's see if he can go around, because I have a feeling he can't. And he can't. He simply cannot. So the English got a pretty good spawn right here. You have an Ottoman dock now pulled on the field. I have some fishing boats as well. The English player is eyeing for some short fish rather than deep sea fish. Deep sea fish do collect faster. Maybe we're gonna to finish that outpost. The outpost DPS would be much better than the arrows from the villagers. Got 5 spearmen here. It can always task one of the villagers here to repair up the walls. So the English dock is fine. Trying to push forward to get some torches. You also have a scout over here. Was out another lumber yard there. They cut down those stragglers. English players eyeing to age up relatively soon. Could deploy out the Palace of Kings over here for health regen. But even then, with 2 villagers production rate, that's probably not a good idea. A faster age would be better than a preferable location of a landmark. So probably we go for Council Hall or the Council Hall or the Palace of Kings. Not Palace of Kings. That is not needed. The English player. Oh wait, there's a villager there. He brought over a villager here, and this now may be breachable. I don't see the shrubbery on the logo on the feet. Now that's traversable. Does go ahead and make his way through. Got council on the way. And he does go ahead and get that going. The villager could take time to chop down this tree right there. Break through. I said, yeah, the villager is chopping through that tree. And that tree's now chopped. But he is going to lose a spearman, which may be enough to hold the line. When the English player advances to the next age, he needs to get out immediately an arrow ship, buy some shore bombardment to protect his own dock, and then harass the fishing ships over here. Got twin minaret midderies on the field. Council Hall will be built up far before then. And he took too much damage from this outpost to torch it down. When we start building up that wall segment, very good. Doesn't take time to fully build it. Immediately I'm being tasked with the fish. He has a good number of villagers on sheep as well. Let's build some more villagers on the wood. Now, do you have an arrow ship being employed on the field? He is mass producing, now really throwing a lot of villagers out in twin minaret midderies. He's eyeing to quickly get out A so he can test the waters. Got now the archer ship now deployed on the field. A second dock will be useful. He could get up with 6 fishing ships and have safe harbor for all of them. Villager does see some arrow fire. Does avoid that shot there. See some hits there as well. Now starting to hit these fishing ships. Does get some good damage on this one. This one will go down. He's not does not task inside the dock in time. We have now Spring Gold ship being pulled on field. We've got a fire ship immediately over here. He believes his opponent's going for a Spring Gold ship. He pulls out the counter to it immediately. There's a Spring Gold ship. There, fire ship needs to go on in. And does get some good damage there. And does take the Spring Gold ship immediately. Great gameplay by the English player. Spearman gains some hits on the longbows. And the longbows will be able to force back these spearmen. These may have been free spearmen from the Ottoman player. No, we do not. I forgot he's also Ottoman, so we don't see any military schools out though. Going from the military schools will provide him a nice little defensive force of whatever it's of choosing, really. You know how the docks are seeing a bit of damage. Going for Archer ship and a Springald ship. The Springald ship will be out in 7 seconds. Archer ship will take a little bit longer. I got a large number of longbow being employed on field. Fire ship being employed on field. Springald ship will get overwhelmed once again. He does have another Springald ship over here. Arrow ship will be out shortly. Arrow ship needs to hit that fire ship. Needs to man the sails and does connect. Trying to mass repair it up, get some good repairs. That's a Springald ship. The Archer ship may go down. Springald ship is nice and good. And now the Ottoman ship will be fine. And that is an Archer ship push me forward. We now got longbowmen hitting a house. How damning. Bit of home wreckers they are. Not really. Ottoman player doesn't have a whole lot of fishing ships on the field. The English doesn't really have a whole lot either. English has killed off 2 villagers, so the Ottoman is behind. You got Meters and Sipahi being deployed on out. I don't think we see any Zo 50 stone, so he's not deployed out any sort of academy. Now you got the fishing ships, or that fire ship's connecting. And now the fishing ships are damaged. It does go and abandon into the harbor there to get repaired on up. At this point in time, he may need to just collect the stone and get some arrow slits, but even then, probably won't save him. We got another dock deployed by the English, very good.
Ja. Yes, sir.
Ich bizi bekler.
This dock will go down. We got the fishing ships just trying to collect more fish before the dock goes down. Looks like the Ottoman's banning the water. Not looking good for the Ottoman player. Got multiple archeries being put on the field. There's no blacksmith to improve their production speed at the moment. English player may want to go for siege engineers in order to get out some battering rams. He is going for outposts here for a network of castles. Pahi now eyeing for a bit of a flank. He's going to go ahead and make an opening there, but there's a good number of spearmen now here as well. So this is not going to go for good for the Sipahi. Now I got some villagers here as well as some spearmen. We'll go and take down that longbowman. Spearman took a little bit down to the arrows fire, but he wasn't garrisoned at the moment. Oh, and the Ottoman player's running out of sheep. He needs to get some of these berries cut up. Got Springald ship here. Dock has been set ablaze. Trying to take out that fire. Oh, does take out that arrow ship. Does take out the Springald ship. The Ottoman player could actually reclaim the sea, but there's still a massive force over here. English player could have brought some man-at-arms to really aid in this conflict. These guys have activated Fortitude. They will see bonus damage from extra damage from those spearmen. But of course, they do have increased attack speed. Oh wait, no, that arrow is not the Fortitude icon. That is the Meter movement speed formation icon. Looks like red is out of wood for repairing the Springald. And looks like these fishing ships are doing the same as well. He's lost his dock, it has burnt down. And looks like the English player can take his time to re-secure up the sea with that dock now down. One Spahi does go down, and the Ottoman archer is starting to go down as well. It's not looking good for the Ottoman player. Spahi now advancing forward. And over on the longbowmen. Spearmen getting some fire there. Ottoman archers are hitting the spearmen, which is good. He needs to hit those first, so Spahi can then hit the longbowmen. Does have the network of castles now activated. Now got more longbowmen spearmen being pulled on out. And he's losing some of these fishing ships a little bit negligently. We do have another screen gold ship here. Blue should be able to win out now, or red. And they can pull out some more fishing ships. I think that was a house that went down. The player right now has a little bit too much gold. He may want to stop collecting gold and eyeing for other resources. As he is now. Would it be useful for more fishing boats as well as potentially farms? And I would recommend not to exceed, put 3 fishing ships on each one of those deep sea fish, and you'll get a good bounty, sea bounty there. Now I got some man-at-arms been put on the field, which should be very effective. If they get +1 pierce armor, then those archers will do 1 damage each. There's 9 for counterattack, since the red player has pushed pretty far forward. Man-at-arms in this situation will be good. Villagers can see a bit of fire there. Still got a decent English force here. He is going for siege engineers. Now he can pull out some battering rams. He does have enough wood for a battering ram. Does not have a great spot to pull out a battering ram. Got a good number of fishing boats here. And he is going for the gilded nets as well. Blue's also claimed with his force puppers in the center of the map. Very good. These force puppers could be claimed, but not Pumbaa. Pumbaa. Mono Pumbaa. Yeah. I don't know why I'm having trouble remembering his precise way how to pronounce his name. Now we do got a battering ram pulled on out, as well as a villager for some lumber. He only has to destroy 2 landmarks and then he wins, and they're both right next to each other. So you could take time to build some more battering rams. Maybe a group of 3 would be better, rather than just sending them at one at a time. Currently he's right now not pulling out any additional battering rams. He's going for the stables. He may not. He's just trying to do damage, not necessarily to win the game. If he kills off this army, he will win the game. He will eliminate the number of Spahi he can pull out on the field, and Spahi at this point in time are very important. Once he deals with the archers, Spahi's only real unit to deal with the longbow and the man-at-arms. These DOH man-at-arms are the hardest units to deal with. The archers need to focus down, of course, those spearmen. The Spahi can engage the man-at-arms. It will go relatively equal, which also means the Spahi will generally lose because they're much more expensive. 160 versus 120. When Minares is seeing massive amounts of fire there, banners are leading the way forward. Taking out these two stables will make it so these man-at-arms are going to be immortal. When Minares will go down shortly.
İş bizi bekler.
Archers advancing forward Sipahi as well. Twin Minares is fine. There's still some berry bushes here from the fuse. You may want to go for the half armor to make his guys, his Sipahi a bit more effective versus the man-arms, because reducing their damage output by 20% could be very important. Council now seeing a bit of fire here. Villagers be brought on out, and the longbow will be ahead of these villagers. Just hold back his battering rams there, and these villagers are going to go down. Does take out half of them there. More production on the high ground here. He can't deploy a landmark on the high ground, does not have enough gold. Spotty now trying to get this longbowman. Batteries have a bit of trouble there. He should advance to the other side. Man-at-arms now taking out these bowmen. They do have plus 1 pierce armor. Does no additional damage to these archers. So they do 1 damage each for these man-at-arms, so pathetically low damage. 1 battering ram now remains. So that's attack speed enabled. Longbowman is still here in good numbers. Battering ram doing some damage. He could fall back. He has enough wood to pull out more battering rams. Right now, the Townsend arrows will do 6 damage or 7 damage each. Still pretty bad damage. The only way you can really we're starting to repair up this town center.
Yağ kuruldu. Çat hazır. Vuruşa hazır.
Underfunder, Hildeshof yonder.
İyice Luke.
The Ottoman player does have plenty of published spaces to work with. The Ottoman player also has a small military force in the field.
Çat hazır. Yağ kuruldu.
I think he's not enough room for 2 batteries in this region. He is sent the other battery ram to the archer range. It's actually hit the archer range first. Longbowman and man-at-arms have pushed way forward. Man-at-arms this right now are just almost invulnerable. He does get plus 1 pierce damage, so it does do 2 damage per arrow against the man-at-arms, which is still not great. He does take all the spearmen there, so Sipahi can engage those man-at-arms a bit more reasonably. Now got 3 battery rams hitting this town center. And Blue does back of the game now. This is Great saying thank you for watching, and on to next replay. Let's see now. Any more replays? That was Golden Height, which was this one. Nope, that was not that one. It was that one here. Nope. Nope. Nope. 26 minutes here. Let's do it. Greetings everyone, and Great here for another HPowers 4 replay. So on the right side as a Cyan Roos, we have Kekid here. On the left side as the Orange Mongols, we have MYI Zeroton. Of course, this is a water map, so let's talk about water. The Roos do have a lot of unique military or naval units, having access to the what was it called again? I'm drawing a blank. To the Lloyd fishing ships, which are twice expensive. They collect twice as fast, and they don't require the drop of any resources there. Oh yeah, we do also have Roost play on the field. It's been a while since last past Roost. Let's see the trade bounties. Does get tier 1 trade trade, and the Roost player can go for the Kremlin to get plus 20% drop off of wood resources, greatly helping out with his naval play. Mongols do also have a unique naval technology early on, piracy. Plus 25 wood and gold, which does actually add up quite a bit. So the more ships you killed, the more resources you get in return. Granted, the Roost does have less fishing ships in general, so it'd be a little less effective that way, but still it'll be good nonetheless. Additionally, it seems like a lot of people who play Roost Navy, they tend to go for a large number of fishing ships, and then when you get to the next age, convert them all to military ships and just win the water pretty easily. Fishing ships now being employed on out. Here being repositioned, he may be using that to scout out a little bit. And let's does get that kill there. Belgium's trying to pick off these deer, does find another kill there, and does aggravate the boar. Boar in pursuit of the scout, and does get a de-aggro there. There's just one forest pupper remains, and does get taken out by blue there, or cyan there. And let's go and fast forward a little bit, since we're in the early eco phase. We don't see a spearman rushed by the Mongols. We don't see a Ovo deployed out either. After all, Mongols are a pretty slow faction, honestly. Actually, in my opinion, one of the weakest civilizations in the game. Cyan does need to find a couple more exotic doggos to get his tier 2 bounty. Due to now the Kremlin being employed on the field. And still nothing being employed out by the Mongols. There you go, now you can age up. The Silver Tree going on up. This is a good, decent map for the Silver Tree, since people tend to throw a lot of focus on the water. You can sneak in some traders along at land. The Kremlin not only provide the increased wood drop-off for being a wooden fortress, but also provides you access to a militia and defensive placement. Defensive placement will help them prevent sort of Keshik raids in these hybrid maps, as well as the militia so you can use it as defense and not spend any sort of military. So the Roost do pretty well, in my opinion, on hybrids maps like this. And they do well in water in general. Just having the extra wood drop off from the Kremlin, it is really powerful. And the Lloyd fishing ships, while they cost twice as much, they do collect fast and don't require any drop off, so they're twice as good. We do now the age up for the Roost player, who doesn't actually have a whole lot of fishing ships, just the 2. No conversion here. He does deploy another fishing boat. This one's advanced forward, does switch to arrow ship. Now these fishing boats do need to fall back inside of the dock. Does pull back in the last moment, very good. He does have 2 docks here and has enough garrison space here for these fishing ships. He didn't go heavy fishing ship production, but we'll have access to some good fishing ship productions. Going for a Spring Gold ship. Over here we do have a Spring Gold ship being pulled on the field as well. No, that's an arrow ship. No, yeah, Ballista. It is Spring Gold ship. Spring Gold ship now pulled on the field. Spring Gold ship does get spotted by the Khan. Khan does see a couple Spring Golds there. The arrow ship has been forced on back. In order for him to convert it back, this wounded ship to a fishing boat does cost 25 wood. Now the Khan's falling back. Scout almost got it killed. Let's see. I think he only has tier 1 trade bounty as well. Yep, he didn't find a whole lot of exotic doggos, so unable to get any increased food collection with his villagers or gold generation. Got 2 Springald ships here. And of course, we got a fire ship. Arrow ship advancing forward. Let's find a good volley there on the Lloyd of fire ship. And does go and finish off the fire ship there with his Springald ships there. That's down to minimal health. Springald ship does fall back there. Arrow ship just being repaired back up over here. There's 2 docks for the Mongols, which will allow him to produce a good amount of naval ships. He's eyeing for a mix of fishing ships and Springald ships. He does have a sizable navy on the field. He doesn't realize he has a superior navy as well. We do have a fire ship now to build a queue for the Rus. Do we see piracy research just yet? We do not see piracy research. It is not too expensive, but not dirt cheap either. Silver Tree's been redeployed over here. Maybe eyeing for a bit of trade. Doesn't put in the back left corner. We got 3 Springald, a fire ship, and an arrow ship. Over here, we've got 3 Springald and 1 arrow ship at the moment, so relatively similar composition. More archer ships blowing field. Got some militia being plotted out, trying to chase down the Khan. There's another dock here now. One thing as well is, I don't think people realize how powerful airships can get. Most people tend to spam out Springald ships. But if you get the arrow upgrade damage, does affect your arrow ships, which actually makes it a bit more cost effective than using Springald ships. Also, they have a little bit extra range of boot. So if you go for mass arrow ships with a +1 pierce damage, it actually is very effective on Feudal Age. Good number of Springald ships not engaging each other. Arrow ships are focused on the fire ship. Does get a good volley there. Does not have piracy research at the moment. Going for another Springald ship over here. Definitely needs to take down these fire ships. Pose a massive threat to his Springald ships. Oh, he's not paying attention. Fire ships are about to connect. 1 Springald ship does go down. The other one, oh, he's lost, took a lot of damage there, but good number of the Springald ships are severely wounded. Decide to man the sails away and falling back. The Mongol took some pretty big hits there. The last thing about going for the arrow ship strategy I mentioned beforehand is not vulnerable to mass fire ships or any fire ships. They are the counter to the fire ships. Well, if I try to explain to what I mean by the arrow ship upgrades, you can see here, arrow ships do 6 damage with a burst of 5. So if you get +1 pierce damage, they do 7 with a burst of 5. Springald ships have 3 pierce armor. So they go from 3 damage per arrow to 4 damage per arrow, a 33% increase. In other words, and per volley, they could potentially do up to, let's see, 5 times 4, 20 damage per volley, if I'm doing that. Yes, I'm doing that correctly. Which also means, so they're doing 20 damage per volley. The Springald ships are doing 80 damage per shot against the arrow ships. But only arrow ships. Which you mean, like, oh, that sounds a little bad. But remember, look, 4.12 attack speed versus 1.5. So they do hit a little bit slower. You would imagine, like, that still doesn't match up if you take the attack speed into account. But then you have to take the cost as account as well. In which, if I remember my math correctly, arrow ships do, versus Springald ships, 20.5 DPS per unit of resource. Or, no, it's 20.5, it was 18 resources per DPS, unit of DPS, per damage DPS versus Springald ships. While Springald ships do 20.5 resources per DPS versus arrow ships. Meaning, it is more expensive to mass produce Springald ships than arrow ships to do the same amount of DPS. Not to mention, aeroships do have a 0.5 range advantage. They're also smaller, so they're a bit more convenient, faster, and just a bit more nice to move around than trying to do mass Springald ships. I still mix in a couple Springald ships for tanks, because they're quite healthy. They're good. They absorb a lot of hits from Springald ships. But you should put more of a composition arrow ships if you have the arrow. Good hit down the fire ship. One fire ship almost did some serious damage to all those fire ships. Very, very good. I probably should start looking here, but go for a larger composition arrow ships with the blacksmith research. You won't be disappointed, in my opinion. Ooh, one fire ship goes down for both sides. Fire ship trying to advance forward. Does get a decent hit down the Mongol ships there. The Rus ships do not receive any arrow ships there. Currently we have a fleet of 6-3 versus 9-2. So overall, the Rus composition is better at the moment. This neither side has gone for the blacksmith pierce damage research. And the Mongol player has not gotten piracy just yet. He does have enough resources of piracy. He should actually eye it. It will give him quite a bit of resources because every ship he sinks, he gets 50 resources back. It does go a long way. Right now, we've got 9 Springald ships. We've got multiple fire ships on the build queue for both sides. 11 Springald ships, 3 arrow ships. We have a slight civilian advantage from Mongols, but remember the Rus has more, or the Lord of Fish ships, which is simply better. Springolds against Springolds. Rus players against forward. Fire ships in reserve for both sides. Mongols fire ships trying to advance on forward. Rus fire ships about to connect. Does get some damage there. Mongol fire ship does get intercepted. Mongol fire ships are getting hit. Rus fire ship does get intercepted. Mongol fire ship intercepted. Multiple fire ships, all fire ships are basically intercepted right now. Intercepted. Mongol fire ships may actually connect. Does connect, but does only get one Springald ship. Another Springald ship does go down. Rus player has 6-1. Mongols have 6-3. As the Mongols trying to pull out, though much of his navy is severely wounded, if he pulls him back to the docks, he gets a lot of good healing, but also stops him from crushing his opponent's docks. Another airship deployed in the field. Does roll a missile on that fire ship. That's gonna go there. That allows this fire ship to advance forward. Springald ship's trying to focus fire. They are simply not enough to focus fire. Those lose only one Springald ship. That's good for the Rus player. Mongol ships are oh so wounded. They need to man the sails out of there. They need to fall back and some healing. Got multiple fire ships deployed up by the Mongol player. Both sides lost quite a bit of navy. Mongols are not. This one's not close enough to dock. He needs to just fall back, get to the dock, get healing. And the thing as well, with piracy as well, remember, if your opponent's fire ship blows up, period, you also get that as bounty as well, if it blows up himself. And things of that sort. So, the Mongol players missed out a lot of free resources there. The piracy would have paid for itself with that one engagement. We do actually have a number of traders deployed out by the Mongol players, starting to get some of that going. Does have some outposts here as well. Trying to improve his trader income. Very good. This will pay out some big dividends in the long run. We got good number of airships deployed out right now. Fire ships making an advance. Does connect. Good number of fire ships connecting. Rus player throws all of his fire ships to Mongol fire ships. I think it's overall better for the Mongol player, but maybe it's not that great at the moment. That is the Rus players. We've got 3 Springolds, 4 airships, just only 5 Springald ships there. High trade house now going on up, which is being employed out right there. Which in a position that will buy some good gold income. Questionable position. I suppose it's fine if you get shore bombarded. You plan to win, not to lose. Rus player doesn't have any stone for a keep. Mongol player does have the Ovo collecting. Next to the barracks as well. No economic upgrades over here. Mongol player does have a slight economic upgrade. which makes their wood income is about equal to Rus' income because he doesn't have access to the Kremlin. Springald ships engaging. His opponent's Springald ship just pushing way forward, trying to hit the arrow ships. Fire ship here may connect. He actually was passed on the fire ship there, so that was a bad target there. Does hit the Mongol Springald ship there. Arrow ship got hit. That's another bad target there. So Mongol's fire ships are not on point there. Get some good damage there. The Mongol player does have to age up. Can't make this any research at the moment. Plus 1 attack range and attack speed can be very useful. Watch on the Mongol ships or the Rus ships are very wounded. That one does connect. It's only one Springald ship there. Fire ship here. No arrow ships remaining for the Mongol player. That one does get a good connect, taking out 2 of the fire ships or Springald ships. Good damage there. Does actually have the shipwrights there. The first one does increase the health and pierce armor by 20% and by 1. Fire connect does get some good hits there. No age up for the Mongol player, so right now with shipwrights he is at a disadvantage, but he does have good assets on the field. Actually, I just realized on the field he doesn't have any fishing ships left on the field. So he already turned them all into ships. Fire ship trying to connect. He's trying to throw a fire ship into the dock there to quickly take it down. All he needs to just set it ablaze. Fire ship does connect. The Mongol fleet is wounded. More fire ships on the field. He's throwing a lot of resources on the fire ships. Not cheap, that's for sure. Or is any of the ships, really. Mongol Springald ships are falling back. Still got this fire ship here. He needs to man the sails. He hasn't done that already. Some of them are on cooldown. Does take out only one there. The wounded ones just may want to stay back and get healed up. Mongol still has some good income coming on in, as well as a good amount of wood and gold at the moment. Mongol ships should just stay back at the moment. He's got some more arrow ships. Ooh. Those all connect, but those were arrow ships right there. There's a Springald ship here. Mongol player has a good amount of wood and gold. He just needs more food to age up. High Trade House buying some good gold income, but of course got a good number of traders. How many traders? 13, so soon you'll have the whole Silk Road trade row. Has both in queued up as well, and now got the Separate Doubt going on up. Separate Doubt is the gold drop-off landmark, which will allow the Mongol player to get more sources of gold, because he knows his trade is, if his opponent decides to eye it, he knows his trade will go down very quickly. Now I've got more ship research going for the extra arrows and for the Springald research, Springald crews. Fire ships just increase explosive range, which is useful, but also at this point in time, arrow ships and Springald ships become a bit more deadly versus them, with shipwright as well for increased health. Fire ships are still lack a little bit in this area. Explosive in age 4 is when they actually get decent. Fire ship does stay alive at the moment. Now we've got the +1 pierce damage for the Rus player. Fire ships do connect. It looks like I've got some arrow slits here as well. Mongols do have decent defense navy since they have the ovos for wood stone collection, which actually makes their docks actually decent for defense. Does get some good hits there onto those fire ships. Fire ships, one will connect, get some good damage there. He does have piracy bridge as well, so got a lot of income there. And the Mongol navy is actually still perfectly fine. He probably could spawn a couple more arrow ships just in case. Got a Springald ship here, fire ship right there. Right there, maybe enough Springald ships here to focus down a fire ship. So I'm not sure what shipwright though. He does have at least one arrow ship here for defense. And some of these docks are almost down as well. That dock has been set up delays. Let's get the lower attack ship there. Fire ship advancing forward. He is not responding to it properly. Does get a couple hits. Peppered out Nexus gold deposit here. This gold deposit is not cleaned up. Couple Mongol spearmen here. Does have a wooden fortress for defense. Looks like the Mongol player does win out. And 2 docks have been set up delays. No additional. Oh, there is additional dock right here. He's sending these fire ships into the structures. He wants the structures actually destroyed. And that dock is almost set up ablaze. Fire ship looks like it may have connect. That fire ship does not connect. And since the Rus player had no fishing boats the entire time, the Mongols have been maintaining good food production and has been maintaining some good trade as well. I still, personally, even though I sort of don't like the design, how the fact that the Mongols have 2 gold landmarks, I still go for both of them because in case I fail at trading, I always have a backup of a very good gold landmark. 50% extra gold drop-offs is very nice. That dock goes down. He knows about this other dock now. He's going to start cleaning up. And he could take, let's see, he's sending out a single airship there. He's going to try to go around for one last effort to harass his opponent's navy. Do you see any additional research over here? But that's... There we go. No armored hulls, no incendiaries. He does get the spring gold research. See here, the Loda attack ship has +2 attack, and with the extra arrow, so I still need to do calculations for this variation, but you have to basically compare the plus 20% health versus the additional arrow. They do get +1 pierce armor, so they still do the same DPS bar and the extra arrow. Let's see, 1 extra arrow, which will increase their damage output 5 to 6, so that will be not 20% damage increase. So the mass arrow ship I mentioned beforehand does fall off, especially since spring gold ships also get +1 range and attack speed. So it does make it a bit more in favor towards spring gold ships, but in Feudal Age, I think arrow ships the way to go. So mixing some spring gold ships just simply for them as tanks, because after all, spring gold ships do take a lot of boost from spring gold ships. And as well as potentially make convince your opponent to pull out some more fire ships when you don't really shouldn't.
Построено крепко есть.
This airship will find some kills over here. There is, of course, a defensive naval arrow slit. And the Mongol should really take some of his wounded ships, take that wounded spring gold ships, send back home to get healed up, and have the other ones in patrol move. Man-at-arms and crossbows here. It does use the defense arrow there to give us units +2/+2 armor for 5 seconds. He does not appear to have the upgraded arrow research. Horsemen advance it forward. Horsemen will be useful versus the crossbows. As well as you can get Boyar's Fortitude research to increase their health as well. The Mongol player could go... yep, he does have siege engineers. Does he have improved siege engineers? No, he does not. But banner rams will still be useful. OVO research. Let's take a look. He appears not gotten any sort of OVO research at the moment. Horsemen have brought on in massive number of militia on opponent field. He has 20 militia. It's going to look like just going to stutter step away. Let the man-at-arms take some abuse. Gotta make sure you focus down the knights there with the crossbows. Now the man-at-arms can probably just stand and fight. We now have a Mangonel pulled on the field. Very nice. That was definitely built from a siege workshop. Mongol player has a lot of wood right now, so you could throw another 1,000 fishing ships out of sea. Though he actually has a pretty sizable amount that's done. The Rus player does back out the game now. This is Anagrade saying thank you for watching, and on to the next replay. By time for one more replay tonight. But here, no, if anybody's curious about what I'm talking about when it comes to airships and how effective they are in feudal age, I could probably take time and just bring up a calculator and showing what I'm talking about. Let's see, that's the one we just did. And these are replays from last week, so let's go ahead and find another player actually. I can tell I have about my voice is ready and tolerate one more replay before it starts going out. Let's see, running out of 1v1s. Oh, here we go. This shall be the last replay for tonight. Greetings everyone, and Great here for another Age Powers 4 replay. Spawn bottom left side as the Cyan Rus, we have Bum 9. On top right side as the red Chinese, we have Louis MT. And since we do have a Rus player on the field, let's go and switch out to see the trade bounties. In the meantime, let's talk about econ benefits. The Rus has a couple unique benefits. One, they get a bit of gold for every time they kill a huntable, such as those dead forest puppers. And which will result in some trade bounties. The higher trade bounty gets, the more food you get. The more gold that your hunted cabins, which passively provide gold generation for a number of trees nearby, also increase. Additionally, the wooden fortress does also provide nearby town centers, and lumber camps have 20% more drop-off in wood, making it very handy indeed, hence why most people tend to go for the Kremlin as rather than the Golden Gate, was it? As the first landmark. All those forest puppers do go down there. The Chinese do have the Imperial Official, as well as some age stuff. And the Dynasty stuff, I should say. Imperial Official can supervise a drop-off point, make it provide 20% increased drop-off, as well as it also collects some taxable income for him to collect and get a bit extra passive gold collection. In other words, Chinese and Rus have some similar economic benefits, while most people don't even have the two relate all too well. Now let's talk about unique age units in feudal age. The Rus player does have, I was first going to mention, he does have tier 2 bounties, so it's likely not going to get tier 3 unless it's a high trade house. The Rus player does have access to one unique unit in feudal age, the Early Knight. A very good unit, I should say. It's like Royal Knight, a little bit worse off, but still a very solid unit. And the Chinese has one unique unit, the Zhenshnu, a crossbow variant that's effective versus units with low pierce armor. In other words, good for spearmen and archers. But the Rus will probably pull out knights and probably mix in archers as well. Archers will be used to counter the spearmen, and knights, early knights will just be the main bread and butter of his force. Horseman trying to hit that scout now. He does spot that his opponent has a horseman, which means he has a stable. We don't see early knights spawn on the field. After all, early knights are pretty expensive like the Royal Knights, and you have to invest into a stable, unlike the French who tend to go with the School of Cavalry. So against the Rus, if he's going for Archer Early Knight, which is generally a common composition, he probably wouldn't go for Spearmen and either Archers and Zhenshnu's own to engage this opponent's Archers. Zhenshnu's, of course, have less range, less mobility, but they can probably do a tiny bit more damage to the early knights because they have 3 arrows that do 1 damage each, at least. And early knights do have base armor of 3, while And archers, with their plus, they have base damage attack of 5, so they do 2 damage, or they get the increased pierce damage to do 3 as well, so very comparable. But the increased mobility and range can also be handy. We now have an early knight on the build queue. Of course, the Zichiju start off 4 damage. If the Chinese player gets out +1 pierce damage, it will do 6 damage per volley against the early knight, which is better than 3. Of course, this one can counter by getting +1 pierce armor, and that trend will generally continue throughout the entire game. We do now have another town center going on up the Rus player. Horseman, Scout, and Early Knight now deployed on out. Chinese is not eyeing for an additional town center or military units at the moment, so maybe eyeing. I'm not sure what he's eyeing at the moment. Part of it would sort up. We got the Bardic of the Sun deployed in the field, as well as the Imperial Cannon, which does grant him the Song Dynasty, which means his villagers produce 50% or 25% faster. In other words, he has 1.25 town centers versus 2. If he deploys out the second town center, then you have 2.5. And there's a second town center now, trying to claim up these forest puppers. This map is actually a little bit sparse on food, with the one large food beer deposit and a bunch of small ones. Of course, the boar is still made out of boar, and Puma is quite delicious. Of course, he failed killing off the boar. It probably was Ajax. Maybe Arcantos. I like Ajax. I wonder if anybody actually get my references. Is newer generations too old for Lion King? Oh god, am I showing my age? We do not have the Scout receiving bit of fire there. Scout will manage to fall back in time. Got another Scout up here. Siege Engineers now completed. Was that for the Rus player, I'm assuming? Another town center going on up. Yep, Rus player now has Siege Engineers complete, which he is going for a number of archers as predicted, so the archers will now be able to apply pressure to buildings by building a battering ram. A third town center going up for the Chinese player, which means he will have 3.75 town centers. Now we got Pumbaa starting to go on down. You could just cancel the hunting cabin. Yeah, don't have to distract him like that. Or just replace the hunting cabin if you don't have if he moves out of the way. Of course, the villagers, the tier 2 trade bounty, will be able to collect the food very quickly from the boar. It's actually pretty close to tier 3. Of course, that simply will not be possible to get tier 3 without the high trade house, because there's no more exotic doggos on the field, any wolves. And the other boar being killed will only provide him plus 75, and he'll still be about 60 short. So he needs to kill off 3 local wolf populations. The Chinese player is going through the deer very quickly. There's, of course, berries as well as a bit of deer up here. There are 3 carcasses there, very spread out as well. That's tend to be the case when you are fighting against the Rus. You just try to kill off the deer. Now, do you have the food drop off there and going for village as well for protection? Do not have pierce armor being researched as well as mining, and the Chinese player has 4 spearmen. That is not enough spearmen. He has 1 barracks in the field, pulling out no additional spearmen at the moment. This is the primary town center. It does have the hand cannoneer slow, which makes it a little bit inherently better versus oh, and those 4 spearmen will find the boar, which means there are no spearmen to protect them from over here. This is a massive threat for the Chinese player. Spearmen now trying to torch down this hunting cabin. Does fall back to Bardic of the Sun. And there's a village here for some garrison space here. This extra town center can only support 10, so these knights can turn forward. They will receive a lot of arrow fire, that's for sure. But nothing so here to defend the primary town center. So actually building another battering ram there. Going for the kill. We got the astronomical clock tower being pulled on out. She could pull out some clock tower Nessa Bees to engage the battering rams, but still this is the knights. He needs Palace Guard.
这是我努力的成就。
Palace Guard to cost 125. You would have to kill off 2 more landmarks and this landmark over here, so 3 more landmarks. And his barracks is critical. He is playing some Lancers. He does have 2 stables over here. Lancers will be higher quality than early Knights because they're not regular Knights. Barracks does go down. Banners we can advance. We'll be breaking down the village and lose this village. Villagers will provide 40 population, which means losing this village will put a pop cap. Pop cap SMBs does get some good damage there on the archers, but nothing too significant, honestly. He's going to need to fall another village relatively soon. There you go. Now he's a pop cap severely. Villagers over here need to quickly build out a village in order to get his population cap going, but he doesn't have enough wood at the moment because this is where he's been collecting the wood. Village pushing forward. He does have an expendable amount of villagers. The villagers are repairing up the battering ram. Not battering ram. The quick down this beast, which does get some good damage there. He's now out of wood. Has to take that course on the battering rams. So it looks like he does manage to hold out. The battering ram staying alive has been critical. I'm not sure what these villagers are doing at the moment. Bargain Sun has been set ablaze. Now he needs to get villagers everywhere. He needs wood, he needs gold. He has plenty of food. So he doesn't really need food, so Pumbaa will go ahead and last him for quite some time. And that knight will be picked on off. This player has still a good number of archers and getting out some more knights. He knows his opponent has a tech advantage. He may want to go to the next age. Couple villagers now repairing the Bardican Sun. He has a large number of villagers on wood now, 36. Very good. Primary town center is still down, but he still has 2 town centers, so he's effectively still have 2 town centers. His opponent only has 2, so he still has a better village production. So repairing this town, his original primary town center is not important. Rouge player now has enough resources to age up. Got a good number of villagers here. Maybe a good idea to go for the high trade house right around there. As I was predicting, because I was like, there's a wood deposit here, plain wood over here. Wait. How much food did the Chinese player steal from that boar? He knows that there's some knights down here. He stole a good chunk of that boar, didn't he? We got a good number of lances being deployed on the field. Barracks going on up. We got 3 barracks. He's eyeing for a good number of spearmen. He's expecting more knights, which is a good assumption. Now looks like the Chinese player is eyeing for a good amount of stone. He could be eyeing for either stone walls, which wouldn't surprise me, or for some keeps, which also wouldn't surprise me. Second time, repair up this primary town center as well, which doesn't surprise me. Okay, that's not that joke. The knights are pushed way forward, being upgraded, the early knights to regular knights. It does find a villager there. She will be killed off. Wait, there's a Borg barracks there? When did that get there? Nope, there was a proxy barracks attempt. Now it looks like he's trying to go for a hunting cabin over here for a bit of gold generation. I'm not sure why he's trying to do that. I guess he's trying to... Oh, and he can't place hunting cabin there because the deer's in the way.
Живу службы ради.
So he's trying to collect the deer since he's going to clean up the boar quite a bit. Spearman finds some good hits there. Knights are getting a bit enclosed by these spearmen. Villagers here to help as well. He has a knife. He's going to shank them. Does find this hunting cabin there. There still says there's deer on the ground, so there's still a deer carcass or two somewhere. Oh, I found it somewhere. Where I found it, I do not know. Oh, yep, it's right there. Knights and spearmen, or lancers and spearmen now advance forward. These villagers are very exposed. As plenty of berries there. He's having trouble finding the deer because those deer can blend in quite well. Spearmen now engaging over here. So far, Science killed off 7 villagers. Rez only killed off 1. Hawkeye and SPs get some good damage there. Spearmen now trying to pursue these knights. And we got Boyar's Fortitude being deployed on the field. And it looks like those knights are going down. These knights are not being pursued. If they're trying to hit the clock tower and SCBs. But remember as well, clock tower and SCBs cost what, 500? 600 total. These knights do cost 240 each, so losing 3 knights like that, I'm supposed to get off 2 of them. Not a great engagement, honestly. It does deny a threat. Some of these villagers may go on down now. Spearmen now will be able to hit some of these knights as well. These knights or lancers are able to hit these archers, and now got a massive wave of militia on the field. 28 militia, and he's letting the lancers die to them. Lancers all go down there. Do got a red keep here. He's trying to steal this gold. Looks like Sign was not paying attention. This gold mine was there. It looks like Red is eyeing to clean up that stone first. Spearmen are running away from the Lancer. Rainer is going on up, very nice. Bit of idle villager there, probably not enough wood for their farms. And looks like these lancers will be cleaned on up. And I felt my voice cracking right there. Sent wood. Definitely my last replay for tonight. My voice is starting to fail. Gold cleaning on up, bears being cleaned on up. We got some spearmen here getting hit by archers. Chinese players not deploying out anything at the moment, going for some monks. Does pick up 2 relics, does claim 2 relics. Palisade walls going on up, and improved fortified palisade walls going on up as well. Got all the granary here as well. And that Chinese player has claimed a lot of gold. And has holding oil now research as well as an outpost. Imperial Academy being researched, very nice. And he does have another monastery here. He can also pull out some pagodas for the relics as well. And there's relic number 5 being trying to be tamed by the Chinese player. This player will stop it. Now got an outpost here as well as a mining camp. Science trying to clean up this area. These villagers will go on down. Nice way forward. We'll find one of these villagers, and we'll find another villager there. Got a good number of archers here for the Roost player to engage the spearmen. Lancers, however, not getting engaged with the knights, and the spearmen are starting to engage the knights as well. So overall, good engagement there by the Chinese. Six right now being captured by Red. This relic is trying to be obtained by Red once again. But Red is losing this fight. Red's been having problems maintaining his production. He does get some focus on the monk, and the monk will go down. Spring Galls do get a hit there. Spearmen and Palace Guard trying to pursue these knights. The Palace Guard may want to hit these archers. Now we've got the veteran Spearman research for the Roost player, as with more pierce damage. The Chinese is researching the last of the blacksmith upgrades right now. Chinese player has an excellent amount of gold. He does collect all the stone up here as well. And of course, the additional town center is up and going, so he will have excellent villager production for his opponent. In fact, he's probably have too many villagers at the moment. He may want to cool off the villager production, because right now he's almost at the 1 in 50. So we're advancing forward, gets a good damage there. Monk does go down once again. We got some Spring Galls here to play off by the Roost player. He's expecting to block down SPs, but now there's going to be Palace Guards. Lance is going down. He is still building a handful more Lancers, but mostly just Palace Guards at the moment, as those Spearmen. He's time to just regroup his forces. Right now, just trimming them one at a time. Got more farms being pulled on out by the Chinese player as well. Right now he's having trouble with food production. He could probably take some of that gold and buy some food if he has a market on the field. Lancer getting a couple free kills there. Right now the village kills 13 to 13, now 14 to 13. Chinese player is not pop cap at the moment, so the fact that he has too many villagers at the moment is relatively fine. Oh, quite a bit of that wood has been claimed there. He always collected this wood as a safer spot as well. You got a good enough Palace Guard and Spearman now. Spearman advancing forward, battering down some of these structures. Bit stone there on that stone outcropping. Now the Chinese forces advancing forward. He is outnumbered and he's at pop cap, so he is having too many villagers as a problem right now. Good number of knights went down there, but so does a good number of the Chinese forces. Palace Guard is able to connect the archers, got these villagers facing forward as well. He's going to sack a bunch of villagers, which is probably good. Nope, he's just running forward to torch down Spring. I have no idea what they're doing. No, that was a good distraction. Now I got some more of these batteries pushing forward. Got some melee forces intercepting them. Spring Galls do go down. The guy's just streaming battery rounds. He's just... These spearmen or villagers were actually great distraction, and he needs to lose a good number of them. So that was actually a good play by the Chinese. Baron's not getting overran. Got this relic trying to be obtained by the Chinese player. Oh, he's trying to pull out stone walls. That's what they were trying to do. So just palisade walls over here, and more palisade walls. We also got stone walls down here. You could also keep and market there. Okay. Spearman and Palace Guard taking out some of these battery rams. Wait, how did Palisade walls get there? How did the Science army go through this direction? Were they all coming down the center where now there's stone walls? Now I'm wondering how there was pathing. Maybe quickly build up the repair the gap in the wooden wall. Got one villager remaining for building those stone walls, and signed us back to the game now. This is Adam Grade saying, thank you for watching, and on to the next replay. So as I mentioned beforehand, that's my last replay tonight, because my voice is starting to fail. So everyone, thank you for watching, have a good evening, and get some